first persons to ask about Trans Jamaica, and I just had a
I was
wonderful
going to
little.
say, I was going to say, I'll say transfer maker first, so I'll put out the way, and so we can actually move on to something else.
Yeah. Probably race to do it. And I had a nice little gift just now. I just realized that nobody on YouTube or the other video platforms could hear us. I'm gonna do it over again, 30 seconds. Welcome to BrickTalk. This is the Deals edition. If you know how it goes, you should probably join us on Twitter early. I encourage everybody to join in on the conversation. There's a link in the description if you're watching. And we always have a couple of good points that just happen on Twitter alone. So the main platform is Twitter. You should probably join. Hit the link in the chat, and you can join us there and join in on the conversation. Right. This week, the deals week at the end of the month. It's the 11th out of the 12 months gone, and we have a nice little episode around that, I'm sure. And we want you guys to join in so you can talk to us. And please join in. I'd love to have the conversation with you. Anything that you want to talk about, you'd love to have us ask, learn about, or talk about, shouldn't say learn. We'd love to hear from you. With that said, the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat as always. So you to join us on Twitter and we can talk live. And there's always a couple of good things that happen or are spoken about on Twitter before we go live with video. I'd encourage you guys to jump in on that. And this week it was a lot of things, including the market report from Shay. That's that. So, Danai, cool things this month, this quarter, this week.
This month, this quarter, this week, not this year.
Or anything that you like, interesting that you've seen. You want to talk about what is it that you
So I'm running to the usual of is it thing there. It's not new. So Jenna, I really like Jenna. I was buying it last year on just the what do you call it again? Oh, it's the same conversation. That's the thing with the market. I'm doing this, It's the same conversation all over again. We had when we first had before the announcement to move to main. We were speaking about we were talking about Jenna and it was the impact it must get from the greater moves that what you call it's doing. The group it's in, the Muslim group it's doing. And then the what you call it again now? The main market move, we do. So to me, it's we are doing something. We need some more money. We're buying something. Something is happening here, and that does make Genax bigger. We're moving to the main market, and I think we're seeing a large part of it now. I still like it. Funny. Last week somebody mentioned PE, and I chuckled to myself. Just one, after the PE, I feel like right now PE is either really low or really high across the board, and it almost. I think we're at a point in the market, I would say, where the greater market doesn't care about it in the way that it used to be spoken of or pretend to care about. I think we're closer to quote unquote the mature market. The US market. Look, the PEs are all over the place, and everybody pretends that a super low PE is the thing that everybody wants, but not actually goes so, right?
At all.
I think we're closer to that point in the market where, if not. Maybe it's personal, and me and my bubble seeing a lot of the market still trade around and not seeing the conversation having to veer to PE like it used to do. Like without I mentioned PE because Jenna cover PE at 20. After jumping to the main market, the price shot up already. Announced so this is what we're looking at this with the new thing they'll jump on it.
Meaning the new purchase that they've done.
That's not in the numbers yet.
Yeah.
So is insurance a greater business in insurance, meaning you're hitting more customers, you have a wider base in insurance. That's just more money and more money in and more money saved because as you always say, efficiency is an efficiency business, right? So I think scale has been a deal and still is a deal. So
words as your first deal.
I feel like I don't buy enough. I know I don't buy enough. It's the thing that hits me generally the thing that hit me with Lasco. So I'm looking at it and I know where I am with it. I'm already there, meaning I buy some, but it's the struggle of I cap in a certain timeline to it. So it doesn't get priority for me in my purchases. So when the thing is actually
No, keep going. Sorry.
So when the thing is actually happening, I feel like I don't have enough because I have to say I have some money I
Mm-hmm.
have some more definite timelines around this other move I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more likely to go there than stock up, just keep buying more of this thing because
Mm-hmm.
the thing I think the thing that's coming next is going to be great. I just can't read. I just don't really have a strong pin to say, all right, it will happen them time this, so I can expect this kind of move from it. And it makes sense. It makes sense to put my money there because it can compete with that other thing fairly. When I look at the other thing, I say, I have a good idea of what I'm going to be making from it. So if I put my money there, I can plan my money around that thing more. So I doing the other thing, and then I reach when this thing happens. When the thing starts coming to fruition, if I don't catch, if something doesn't pique my mind and say, all right, yeah, you need to be jumping on that now because it's go time. I am in the position where I feel like I don't have enough now.
Huh. All right, so I like that. Okay, so just remind anybody, the people who send speaking requests, everybody who send a speaking request gets to pick one stock you want to hear if we think the deal or no deal, and what we think of it, or a deal or something that we think is a deal, right? So I think that's a good little incentive, in addition to any other incentives that we'll have throughout the night. So you send the speaking request, and I'll declare here. This is on Twitter, so you click the link to go to Twitter and send the speaking request there, and you get to talk to us. So the conversation follows. On that point around GNAT though, then I should ask, how much weight do you give the downside? Because
What do you mean?
Melissa,
Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh yeah, so
Melissa,
I'm going to mention that, but it's a thing again where I say I give it a longer tail of. Does that explain it well? No, it doesn't. I put it to this bad thing can be a good. This is just a bad impact, so it might hit it. It might look ugly for a while. You might see the reports come out, and the truth is, I wouldn't mind the price falling off of that.
you don't think the price could fall significantly, or you
Oh
don't
no, no,
mind?
but no, I said I don't mind. In the
You don't mind. You don't mind,
I
all
don't,
right.
but I say this from a position of I never buy enough before, so it doesn't actually hit me as hard. Do you get me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. If I had a lot no, and I think I'll be a different seat with it. But what I have so far is in good profit, so it's a balance of boy I don't have a lot still, so the impact not gonna be really bothering me or anything, eh? And I'll just plan around that. Sell it if I need to sell it. But also when I'm looking at the money that I could have made in the time if I was buying enough of it when when I was when I was in my mind and thinking to buy, then I'll have some profit now because it's proven itself to be a deal.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. But I think generally that's why I say a longer tail on a longer timeline. Uh, when the effect of Melissa is no longer in the water so much, then might not be so bad. So if it falls, then boy, yeah, I wouldn't mind that because then I can buy more with the thought of the other thing. Melissa might spoil it, say drop to 3. This is hypothetical. Then all right, cool. I don't think Jenna running without Melissa impact is a $3 stock, and then with the new thing tacked onto it, the new business they buy, that's more money. As long as everything works out right. Like, oh, them get it for the right price and the profits flow the way I want it to flow and the dividends look, maybe how the market want it, or how the Mustins like it, then I'm fine there. But the idea for me is similar to our favorite thing for the last 3 weeks, Jamaica Broilers. Boy, this bad thing is happening. Hits them, but I think that's the thing that might just pull it down and make it look better when the thing there. How people in finance say overcorrect, like oh they dropped down because of the thing there, but then there's more value than just what's happening now.
All right. Well, hmm. On you know what it is? In my mental model, I don't have an idea, and you probably have a better mental idea of this, of what the real hit can be to
Oh no, oh yeah, I don't think it's small. Not saying so that's what I say. I'm the comfort I have with it is that I, I don't have a lot.
true, fine. But when I say the hit here, two-sided.
Mhm.
So the hit, what I'm talking about the hit in terms of to the books.
Mhm.
like how long do you think that hit can last? And how big? It's not like it's a 1 quarter hit or a one,
Mm-hmm.
like a good hit can keep a company down for a
Mm-hmm.
while.
For a while.
Yeah, man. Seprod, I remember the sugar hit in Seprod, and I want to say that was like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
2 years that it dragged them for. I remember tissue hitting Idiot AMG. I
Mm-hmm.
will not call you guys Idiot AMG anymore. At least for now. ISP has taken on that crown. So AMG, paper and packaging, one of my
Mm-hmm.
wonderful companies. Hopefully. Um, tissue hit them for like what? Maybe a year or two, year and a half, two. I'm going off
More?
memory.
No. I think more. 2 years. 2 years. I think 2 years. I think 2 years because it was
Yeah,
also so it was the hit into COVID.
yeah.
So yeah, you're right. And it's insurance. Hits can hurt. The thing I think Genak is in a good place in term because of the where they are within the group. A lot of the business is within group. Not that the impact won't thing, but I think they have a good amount of survivability. It's not like Key that was just out by itself. If things go bad on it, then there's no big brother. There
Yeah, but
is no
what
other
was
money than what's in front of us.
Yeah, what was Key never really had a hit though. Key was just
No, Key was. I don't mean like a hit. I
struggling
just mean
from
bad. I
jump.
mean bad times. Like
Yeah, yeah, at
Jenna,
the
like
time.
Jenna have things around it that just will work out well for them,
You
or
mentioned Key.
have some of them
So,
have a strong. They have some strong security within them because of their
uh-huh.
position in the group. Key they on them own. If the core business is not good, then
Yeah,
there's nothing else that's happening. They don't have a large group around them with. Or they didn't have a large group around them where them
at the
insure the
time.
buildings for and the businesses for and them have a
Uh-huh.
large employee unit that's attached to them that we do the insurance for those guys. There was nothing like that for Key.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Jenna have a good amount of survivability there, but yeah, that's also the thing I like and don't like about the Muslim group is it flow how Big Brother said it must flow, right? The thing we have observe the controller, so they decide the decisions are made, and
Mm-hmm.
I have to say to myself sometimes and say, all right, where are going to benefit the most from this thing happening? And so which one of the Muslim guys are buying? AS Bradley is being bought. Will Seprod get the benefit in the way I want to get the benefit? And I have to work with that. So it's a decision of where the hit going to be. Not the hit. The hit sounds bad. Where the benefit will be. Where will the benefit flow strongly, and can I get something from that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do they care about the shares on that side in the way I will care about them? So the benefit will flow to me from buying that versus them do this thing and it sound good, it look nice, and everybody in the markets, oh yeah, and then turn them eye, and then the guys that would do the movement not really doing it. So I'm the fire and dry. A good thing about separate so that's the thing I want to ask. Is it that they generally do push for benefit through that, or is it that we've just been observing properly, so we're there for the times when it is?
Uh, sorry, which one? Separate
Just the
or
group, Mosin, because I think me and you have made good amount of money from the things Mosin has done
for a
over the
long
year.
time? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Over the years, yeah. Yeah. I don't think that.
So is
I
that you
think
think they
that
carried so is it that I have figured out when they care or they care generally? So we just have it in my mind as a thing to jump to at the right time.
I think for me,
Mm-hmm.
how I see it, I if I think of that idea of they care about share price or you don't care about share price, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want my companies, my listed companies, lead. I want everybody in that company to care about the share price, but
Mm-hmm.
that's just a pipe dream. That's not always possible.
And that is the case.
But there's a level of how much I wanted to care about the share price.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find that middle ground. Like we've seen
Mm-hmm.
we've seen the ugly side of care about the share price.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I don't even think there's an ugly side of care about the share price. I think I think it's just a knowledge gap.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
knowledge
Are
gap
you are
there.
you are you making the right move? Basically, they care
Exactly.
about not the care. You're not caring the way I want to care.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I think, yo, I want to say that maybe in terms of the most balance, in terms of care about the share price and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they're not the most. They have to be in extremes. Maybe not the most balanced. I always want more.
Mm-hmm.
I think
But
obviously maybe
I think that sounds like a bias thing. Like they might be the most balanced because
so
they
it's
care
between
about a
them and
lot of
Mayberry.
people. But they care about a lot of people that don't think they care in the way. Like I think Mayberry might care more.
I think Mayberry cares more. I
Mm-hmm.
think Mayberry cares. I am yeah. The more I think about
I
it,
think so too. I
Mayberry
said might
definitely cares more.
I said might to give it room, but in reality, I think Mayberry cares more.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think anybody cares more than Mayberry does.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd put these
So
guys like the
I would say
second maybe.
they might. Yes, I agree. But then it feels more balanced. Does it feel more balanced? I would say more balanced here because they care, but they don't not care. I think that there's a strong extreme of not caring in many cases. So there's a heavy skew towards not caring.
But it's a function of where they are, right? I feel like we're losing a lot of people in terms of I don't like we talk about something that people might be
Ah,
lost,
yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I don't know, but I don't want it's a good point. So I don't want to lose it. It's a great point that you're asking about. Here's what I think. They have the benefit of being where they are. You know it though.
Mm-hmm.
Money gives you time and space. They don't have to care about share price, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
goal. The point of making all this money is that you want to get to the point where I don't know if you want, but it's good to get to the point where operationally you don't have to
Mm-hmm.
be as dependent on it. You should have it in the
Mm-hmm.
back of your mind, and you should do certain things for it. But you don't want to be up against
It
the
shouldn't
wall and it's
control
your
you.
only move. Yeah, you don't want it to
Mm-hmm.
control you unless you have the level of knowledge commensurate with the controlling, which I think is the best, which is great, right? But there are certain
Yeah.
times when you might do something and you could do it A or you could do it B, could do it this way or could do it that way. And this way, A might have more share price impact than B,
Mm-hmm.
but B, you maybe prefer it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they may go B, right? So if it
Yeah.
was left to
Yeah.
me, if I was controlling all of my CEOs or all of my boards, um, certain things like, okay, so that's a great, we always find our way back to it, right? Issue APO. But the
Mm-hmm.
APO is not a good B because the APO is destructive to the share
Mm-hmm.
price. I also want you to care about the share price so you won't be destructive of it. I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot about PB Scott's comments around the dilution of what was it? What were they diluting? Was it separate? I think it was separate.
Separate, or was it
Yeah.
CPSB?
No, I think it was separate. I think it was separate.
Uh-huh.
And the question was asked around, and I'm
Oh
paraphrasing now. The
yes,
question,
on the
yeah,
Patey.
yes, and you're saying
Yes,
that,
yes.
listen,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a shareholder too. No, granted, every listed company CEO who is actually a shareholder says that Mount make talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, in
Walk
his
and talk.
case, yeah, man, in his case, I think he's doing this. In his case, I genuinely think look at the level of dilution that has hit Atlantic, not Atlantic, um, AS Bryden,
Mm-hmm.
but look at how they've done it,
Mm-hmm.
and it has worked out mainly to the benefit of the lead
Shareholders.
shareholder
Mm-hmm.
and me as I don't know, the retail guy. The retail.
From the
I'm always
retail.
thinking about the retail. I was thinking about my money. Also, I was thinking about it from that perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Me looking at how they've done it, I'm not mad at it too much.
Mm-hmm.
You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the dilution of many examples of that. The dilution. So it's almost like they're doing this thing, and yeah, I don't have to do it this way, but I also not doing it the worst way.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I am diluting you, but it's more like a 8 pro, right? Is you know,
And but the dilution
additional
happens in a way where
private offer. Yeah, I
yes,
mean,
it's
diluted
not
it
in a
in a
way where I see that dilution become supply and not the
well,
effect
it's
of it.
always supply. Let's be fair,
It's
it's
all
always supply.
it's always supply. Yes, it's well, I want to say it in a way that not just you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I,
it's no. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I mean that dilution, I'm not going to see it in the queue pushing me down.
Unlikely. Yeah, unlikely. No,
Oh yes, unlikely. It's not the most
unlikely
likely
to see it that
scenario.
way.
But in
Yeah,
reality,
yeah,
it can be. But yeah.
yeah. To quote the equity prospectus, unlikely. Um,
So that
I think it's more unlikely than the
so
unlikely in the equity
this
prospectus.
whole thing there, this conversation, I'm thinking of the drama door I mentioned.
Well, you see, there's so many drama. I mean, you can mention it when you're involved. You can mention it, and a lot of it is public.
Yeah, true.
We can mention it. Well, as I say, the first person who comes on and talks about or want to have a conversation, we can mention it, unless we care
Yes,
about something
indeed,
outside.
indeed.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but I want to cap that point. It's a really good question. Yeah, I think that they do it. I think they're not the best. Maybe is definitely the best at it. I would have to put them as a second best, but they're good. Like if everybody else was at least doing that, I'd get it. And please don't take this to think that you can call your APO something else. And
And then the people go dogs
yeah,
and say, yeah, man.
yeah, it's rubbish is rubbish. Rubbish with a different name is still rubbish. In the case of the Mossen group and the things that they have done, they seem to walk the line. It's like again going back to the I keep thinking about AHPC instead of ASBH. That's the kind of thing I think in my mind. AS Bryden, heavy dilution, a few diluted events, but look how they've done it. In fact, when he made that comment at the separate AGM, there was a comment made also by Richard Pandoy, which always sticks in my mind. Like, come on, he said something like, and again, I'm paraphrasing. Come on, guys, remember, as long as the cost of what you're acquiring is greater than the cost of capital that we give outlaying for it, right? So, in other words, yeah, I diluted 300 million with 300 million $1 shares, but we're using those 300 million shares to purchase something that we verifiably see is worth 500 million and can turn around and can increase our profits to the tune of whatever, right? And so they have both the knowledge, I think, to be able to do that. They found the deals to do it, or they make the deals in some case. I'm sure a lot of them put together within the Epley group, and then before the public sees it. Um, and if Richard Pandoy, who's running the separate group, says that they see the value, the greater increase in value that they can find by acquiring AS Bryden for whatever level of dilution, and they see more. They have like the the, the cachet. I said the cachet. Like I trust them when they say. I believe that if they look on a liquor distributor and say, yo, we can make that distribution and marketing and manufacturing company better and more valuable than we even paid for it, I believe them, right? Because they've proven it. No, anybody can say anything, but whether or not it's believed is another thing, right? So I believe them when they say, and then I'm saying that, and I'm thinking about other acquisitions that maybe other companies try in the same way. And you don't have the same effect. It don't have the same when they promise it. I never believe, and you look at the actual acquisition and the dilution happen, and the dilution happen, but it also come with other dilution, and it mash up the share price. And then you have the long tail effect of it, and the thing that them buyer wasn't that good to begin with. Like with loads of examples of that, right? Everything from US acquisitions that are rubbish to local acquisitions that are rubbish, to acquisitions that just disappear, yeah, or disappear, reappear. We've seen like the blue diamond, go away, come back, go away, come back, go away. Oops, we got it wrong. but the share price hasn't recovered yet. You look at it and it's completely different, and it's part of the dynamism of the market, right? That's why there's no one size fits all. There's no one answer that's so simple. Because some of those things I think are rubbish. But Kingston Wharves, CHL, Kingston Wharves
Mhm.
acquiring CHL, or I don't know, maybe Panjam acquiring CHL, or maybe um, who knows, GNAC or Teprod, or who knows. Point is, all of those acquisition opportunities aren't all equal.
Mhm.
And so looking at them and understanding them allows you to navigate which ones are best and which ones can be best for the share price and which one is best for your pocket, right? And who to believe when them say, no, trust us, this will work out. Because say work out doesn't just mean, okay, yes, the company made greater profits in the next 5 years and the dividend has increased maybe 10% over the last 2 years or 3 years, but the share price has fallen 70% or 40% or 50 or whatever and has no hope of coming back up, right?
Mhm.
It's just not all acquisitions are the same, not all mergers are the same, and not all people running companies
Are the same.
are the same or care about share price, and not all share price care is the same either, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost too far down the tangent to get right, but I understand what you said. But I think, yeah, I think they might be second best, and I think that I don't know if they're the ideal for me, but if
Mhm.
all the others were to get to at least their level, I would be much happier, and the market would be much happier. With every people in the market would have been making a whole lot more money,
Mhm.
a
Agree.
whole lot more money. Um, yeah, I don't know how we got down that. What was the thing that you mentioned for it? Gina.
China.
Yeah, but I don't feel like you gave me the not the right, but a good answer yet on the GNAC, because I
What do
don't
you
know
mean?
what that hit might look like. Remember, I said that you have hits
Oh,
that
oh
can
yeah,
last.
yeah. Mm. I mean, I don't proclaim to know either. It's just I think them can survive it, but
How long you think it could last in terms of company or not share price?
yeah, that's the problem.
More than
It
a
can last.
year?
Yes.
So the problem is a hit to the share price and a hit to the company's operations at the same time is rough enough because the share
Mhm.
price takes much longer to recover than the company operations does.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, share price is reputation. It takes a lot. Like there's a big one right in front of us now, right? Being being JBG, that share
Mhm.
price hit is massive.
Mhm.
The company hit is massive. I feel like the share price hit is even more massive than it. You get me?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, like I think they could get things right, and that don't mean nothing. That's the
Yep.
truth. They could get things right, and it don't mean that. It don't mean a thing at all. It don't mean nothing. It just stay where it stay, and that's that. Um, but no, no. I feel yeah. I just I feel I don't feel good about the yeah, I don't feel good about the JBG hit at all. I feel like it could no, of course that could change, and I hope it changes. But and I think it is probably in the best place for it to change. I mean, we mentioned Barry before and Mayberry before and care about share price, but it takes cash to care, and that's a lot of cash. It take a lot to shift sentiment around. And I don't like when I pick up like little things that companies put out or say our company leaders say that I feel
Yeah.
are said they're not lies, but they're very close to it.
Mhm.
They're said to make you think a certain thing because the public thinks a certain way, and the public not going into the detail, the public not going deep into nothing. So
Them
the
here or them
public
here.
will, yeah man, them here, them hear what them want here, and that's that. And then them, new leg, new leg, new leg. And yeah, there I don't like it. So like one of the things I saw with the JBG thing was the whole that they're talking about dividends. And
Mhm.
I want to be clear here, they have not, to my knowledge, I've not seen them say we're going back to paying dividends in. not the next quarter, but by the fourth quarter or the first quarter of the next financial year. I don't think that they've said that, but I think they've said things that sound a lot like that. And I hear people have heard what they have actually said, and those people say, "Oh, and the next year," and I'm like, "That's not what he said." But he doesn't have to correct you. You get me? I said what I said. If I say we're looking at getting things back, and I really think that we have some things in mind to do. The fourth quarter, maybe not the fourth quarter. I think the fourth quarter will be a hit with Melissa and everything, and maybe the first quarter. So, not the first quarter, but maybe not this year, but next year. And people hear that and they go, "Yeah, yeah, next year." So okay, everybody can understand kind of hit and Melissa, but things sound good. And there's a lot that's mixed into that isn't caught up because along two main lines, this year, next year, you hear that what you think? Like Q1 next year, January, February, March, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. But 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 JBG's in the 2026 financial year already.
Mm-hmm.
Their next
My year, you are two different years.
you get me? Their next financial year begins. Yeah, their next financial year begins when May. Their next financial year begins May or June 2027.
Yes.
Yeah, May or June 2027.
Yeah. Well, 2027, no, 2026.
Uh-uh.
Next year. When's the Saturday? When's
Yes, yeah,
Saturday?
you're correct. You're
You
correct. You're
can't do
correct.
2027. Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. Their next financial year begins June
Next year.
June 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And if I say to you that I yeah, I expect that by then, and you in your mind think I'm in January 2026, I don't have to correct you.
Yeah. And it's also expectation, not a promise.
And it's also an expectation, not a promise.
Yeah.
I'd have to remind you that there's no guarantee of it. I'd have to point out to you that,
Things rough, my boss.
beyond
It's
rough,
been
the,
hard.
the, the, the store that we're supposed to get the dividends from empty and negative. Not only everything gone onto the ground, but then big and go underground 40 feet, 40 billion feet. So there's nothing really to give you. So even if I bring it back up from negative 40 to zero, there's still nothing to give you. And if I put on one, I couldn't in good faith give you one. Moreover, I have certain covenants that I have to, if I never have to hold to them before, I have to hold to them now. So I certainly have to give you. You have to give, well, you have to give me, but we need time to build up a little bit of a base before we get anywhere near any dividends. And we have some debt that's senior to any dividends, right? We have some debt that we're looking to rework our debt now, and that debt is senior to the ordinary shares in terms of payout, and will definitely be senior to the ordinary shares in terms of paying out. So we're not paying out anything either. But that would be the kind of say that, and they didn't say that. But I'm looking at it and I'm seeing that, and I'm thinking, that's to me that's clear, and I hope I'm wrong. Even if they revalue all of the properties they have, even if them sell the US meat, even if not that they've said they'll do that, but who knows? Common sense says. But even if they do all of that, I don't know that it's that we're looking at now dividend level on
Mm-hmm.
ordinary share
Yeah,
recovery.
because
No.
it has a clear negative and then be substantially positive.
So, exactly, and not just substantially positive because it's on the balance sheet, so it forms
Mm-hmm.
part of the equity, but substantially positive, and then more than substantially positive, so that I'm comfortable paying out some of that
You pay
now.
it out. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If we drop from whatever 30, if we drop from 30 billion or was it 36 or 40 billion?
What you dropped from 30, and this is after dividends.
Yes, after a
So some
few dividends that apparently.
so the payout was on top of the what was left. And the left get wipe out
Mm,
negative, saying that
uh,
you can't even get back to the point of the what left and
yeah.
then go above it to start to be dividend again.
Mm. So
Rough time.
if yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That's rough. That's rough beyond belief, boy.
Yes, sir.
It's rough beyond belief. If we 25, wow. If we drop from 25.7 billion in retained earnings down to -9, and then that's the full year. The first quarter had, I think, a nice little surprise also in there. And they promise no more surprises, but they promise no more surprises the way I used to promise I won't do something again right after I get beaten. Of course, I'm gonna tell you I'm not gonna do this again. You just beat me. But I'm gonna. I mean, I hope I don't do it again, right? I hope you don't happen, but something's like out of your control. Yeah, if you don't, I mean, I like what's happening. They are a big company, but -7 billion. I was coming from negative. I was coming from 30. End of April 2024 was 30 billion, and end of August 2025 is -7. If we're comfortable paying you dividends at 30, and the yield on the dividends was, at the current market price, it wasn't anything earth shattering, but it was good. Solid dividends at 30 billion in retained earnings. Yeah, I mean, look at that yield at 2 point odd. Yield of well, at current prices 5% yield, but back then it was much lower. If I'm looking at that, then I know I'm at -7 or -9 and go to -7. And I'm not paying dividends when I'm at 2 or 3, in my view.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, where that come from? No, like maybe we'll get to 10, we'll start thinking about it again. And that's again just top level looking at this without looking at like what the kind of reality is in terms of what they might be required to do in terms of collateral or whatever, right? So we don't even know what the bond requirements are yet. But obviously, if I think the bondholders who are looking at it now and they know that, hey, this company could die. Like, while we might think practically and operationally that it's not at risk of death, on paper, certainly it is a solvency risk, right? And it's my debt that look like it might burn up. So the terms of the new debt are gonna be pretty strict, I'm sure. And payment is gonna be at a premium in terms of payment is always at a premium, meaning it's always important. It's the most heavily important thing. Asking the NCB bondholders or the coffee traders bondholders or anybody like that. So it's always gonna be prime. So I expect that. No, maybe if I was the one holder that I like, no, when you get to 10 billion, you can't pay, ordinary shares dividend yet. No, when you get to 20, we can consider it. That sort of thing, And that might sound far fetched, but not if you know what's up. Like, remember what happened with Carib Cement? You remember Carib Cement did make a lot of promises too?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Carib Cement made many promises and said that, when our they had like certain things like when our
Remember the debt.
ratios are
Remember the debt.
the the kiln five. Yeah, but what they had said at AGMs years before that, like when our ratios, or whatever, let's say like when our debt to equity or whatever it is, when it reaches a certain level, we'll go back to paying dividends. And I guess they
Yep.
figured everybody forgot. It was 10 years, then it went 17 years without paying a dividend, and they finally paid one again. But you remember all the noise around them paying a dividend and what they did, even when they're able to pay dividends, because they became able to pay dividends, I want to say like 2019. But now they make the retained earnings build up a little bit. Then
Why
2020,
I like part of me thinking that debt is maybe helping them restructure it and make everything.
which gave them a lot of breathing room financially.
Yeah, and then I mean, I said it too. After me do all of this.
Yeah, you promised me say if I do all of my homework, and I carry me go, yeah, carry me go down to the ice cream shop.
Ice
With
cream
all of the
shop.
homework, we get yeah, we get A, we get everything. I
Got
know
the
you're
class.
talking about. Yeah, maybe we need
You
to.
have ice cream money.
Yeah, yeah. Or worse, them go them house and buy ice cream and put it at the top part of the fridge because
Yeah.
they pay themselves. That's what they did, and that's the point I was making around the JBG that the debt holders I would expect are gonna be even stricter now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because your my thing was at risk. So
Mm-hmm.
even you get it back now, you have to show me say you're strong and you have to keep paying me first. We don't want to hear about nothing about the ordinary shares yet. We got this out first. Uh
When is it that due? Outside of
JBG?
NI, outside of the reclassification.
Well, I
Because
mean,
that's a
it is
killer,
what
you
it
know,
is.
because not so if they get there, I'm new. It'll be very hard to take new debt very happily on this and with all that's happened so far. You're not getting the terms you're getting will not necessarily be pretty, right?
True. But I think right now they kind of have to 2028, that's what it was. 2028
Mm-hmm.
was when it was originally
So my
due.
thought around that is 2028 is D-Day if this thing drags.
I think D-Day hit already.
Yeah, man. And yes. So this is why I say if they get any reprieve, D-Day hit.
So the reprieve is going to be steep reprieve. I don't think there's any real reprieve to be had. I think this is the reprieve. Like, yo, I'm giving you the best. I give you the I give you the best. I give
What
you
do
the
you mean
best
the
I
best?
can.
What is the reprieve? What
Like you're not
because
from I'm going off how they spoke in their session
mm-hmm,
in the call that they did with Mayberry.
mm-hmm,
Um the earning I don't know if it's an earnings call or what, but yeah, in that call, how they spoke about like the note holders and the support, even the note that they put out, they spoke about
mm-hmm,
note hold. They thanked like two or three financial institutions by name in the thing.
mm-hmm,
They spoke to it. They spoke to NCB. NCB, I believe, an NCB board member is also on their board. I think this is the reprieve.
mm-hmm.
So like we're not knocking on the
Because
door right now and saying, "Yo, everything." No, you know what it is. There's no question. Just do it. Like they're not going. They don't seem to be going through that from the little I saw. So I think that's a reprieve.
hmm. So how does that work out on the financials for NCB if they
No, I don't. There, that side there. I'm under the impression that there is no wiggle room on that side. The rules are the rules. You have to book it unless you can unless we can cut a deal before I have to book it. Unless you can cut some deal somehow to replace it before I have to book it. But like JBG themselves had to book the debt. They had to reclassify the debt and put everything into current.
mm-hmm.
That the same thing that forced them to do that is the same thing that would force the debt holders
To say
to
oh
have to
ECL
take the
card.
ECLs. Yeah. You like have a question around it. You're working through.
Hmm. The question will really for me. It's just yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel like NCB get it at it.
Say that again.
NCB get it at it.
I don't know if they have a choice.
So all right, we take the hit, and then we just say okay, work it out. We give time anyway.
I don't know. I have I've I have thoughts on that, but I don't know. I would love to hear, but I don't know. Because I don't know that I get a lot of this is out of the hands of the players.
I mean, even if they take the hit up front and it doesn't appear on thing. Because it's just
What?
it's
So what? Do you think
it's an
so
ECL.
NCB would take that ECL? If that take the could be wrong, but that the same way how JBG had to book the whole debt as current. If, assuming NCB or Sagicor is, I think Sagicor is also involved. Or I know that they mentioned a couple of things. I don't remember all of them, but I know NCB is one of them. If NCB have a significant portion of that debt, couple billion, well,
Was that it? That was
does
one
NCB
time.
have to write in a couple negative billion on their ECLs immediately if it's on
That's what I
on
imagine.
balance sheet?
That's what I imagine it. So yes,
I don't think they'd have a
thinking of,
choice.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So should I say the reprieve is what then? So I take the write down on my assets, and then I just say, okay, as long as they pay back everything good. So I give you time anyway, despite the ECL hit. Because again, the ECL happens once. Unless they write it
If
back.
you
I think get good reason to write it back. So if this say they get a prayer and it go through and then everything work out. Or meaning the debt get, so let's say reclassify back to long term some way somehow, then NCB can say, okay, write it back as, so it's no longer right by the hit. But
yeah, you get to book it as profit if it's paid. Yeah.
So the reprieve would be, in my mind, then the reprieve would be, I'll take the hit now, but I believe that I believe that you'll do what it should do in the time we originally agreed. So I'll eventually be writing it back.
Which is good, yeah, but then
It's bad
that's
for
why I say a lot of this
NCB.
is out of the hands of the a lot of this is out of the person's out of
Yeah. So to
the
me,
hands of a lot of people. I don't think they
so
can.
I take what I take. So my mind, it's two. The thing I'm saying really is reprieve might just be NCB no don't take the hit. So it's all right, we take the hit. I'm not happy about it, but I have to do it. So I run with it. And then reality sets back in and I have to say, all right, what do we do to get back this money? I give it time.
True. I could see that being done to save things, but on the take the hit point, I think is a major thing. I don't think they can just take
Yeah,
the
but
hit like that.
I'm not walking over it at all. So the thing is, my initial hold up here was you can't get a reprieve because you can't mash up my thing. You'd have X, right?
Yeah, but there's also no choice to the reprieve.
Exactly. So that's why I'm moving past. That's why I'm saying maybe okay, we do we actually have to say, all right, we jump to reality now. After the hit, there's nothing I can do about taking the hit. It's as much as it's your fault and I should do whatever. I'm already here. What do I do to get my money back? Let's work it. And this is where the quote unquote reprieve comes from. Because
well, at that point, if you already take the hit, then if I have to take the hit, then I have to make the hit work as best for me as I can. So I don't want my pound of flesh. I want 1.5 pounds of flesh or 2 pounds of flesh. Yeah, I certainly want a bigger interest rate. I think that was also mentioned. I believe the debt was unsecured initially. I want it secured now.
So here,
Have a secure.
so this is what I was thinking. So all right, so that's why I was saying coming in now. So a bigger interest rate might just come in the form of we do a refinance of the debt. Swap all it, do debt swap basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you do that in time, maybe that can also allow.
Okay, all right. So we are thinking the same thing.
The avoidance of the yeah. In fact, I might think that might be, if I'm right and if you're right, it might be an imperative. It might have to do because we can't take the hit. Because if I put that hit on my books, because I also have covenant that if maybe that will break.
Yes.
And I'm already under pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think almost has to happen. I think I hinted at it last week in a way. But I think I wanted to go to it, but I left it. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't intend to come back. I don't know how the hell we ended up here. It's like it keep pulling us every week. But since you're on it, you think that deal?
Deal. I think about it before. I like what JBG is. I don't like what JBG is going through. So it's a deal in the sense of if I can wait a real long time and that's also there's a reality in this where they don't necessarily make it through as this company. And holding this thing might not be in the best interest for me. That is a true risk. So is it a straight out just deal? I wouldn't say that.
But
Because this hit can kill them.
it can. It can. This hit and another. I can imagine one or two other hits, or maybe just one specific other hit that can, if it follows this, definitely kill them. They're they're the lead chicken, brightest chicken, easy to pluck. But I don't know if that would happen. I think that they have. I think right now, tough times is where you see the people that have the skill show themselves, and I think that they're showing. I suspect that the skill is being shown now. And again, they're not a small player, they're not a small company, and they are experts. And so heavy is the head that wears the crown.
That's what I would have to lead on for the risk of it. It's I believe they can really get through, and me buying this thing will work out for my pocket later down. Versus it go next way, and I'm left with the thing. I'm left with shares in a company that don't matter because all the good parts of it are elsewhere now.
Or I'm left with. Oh, okay. You coming? I forgot. Yeah, so you're coming from the perspective of somebody who'll be buying the shares. But other side of that point,
shares. Go put assets.
The beauty of that's a good point. I don't want to go on another tangent. Well lost. The beauty of the thing sometimes that a deal don't always look like a deal when you get in it, right?
That's the balance of the risk. It's this can be really bad, so that can make it a deal. That's how bad it is. Is where a deal comes from. Because all right, say I truly believe, all right, either JBG will make it through, or whatever happens within it, I get a good price and it's just beneficial for me. Then something can go on maybe, but just upfront is calling it a deal. Calling it a deal for me feels like I'm saying I believe. All right, I believe just fully on it. Like I believe it will go the right way from just buying the shares.
Yeah, well, the question then becomes a hard thing.
Is it trying to believe more that this is the end or this is a new beginning?
It's a damn good way to put it. I don't think it's the end at all.
I don't think so. The truth is, I don't think so. It's just I'm doing everybody does the thing we talk to people about. It's the risk is in front of you and it's very real. It's how good do you feel about this thing when you recognize the risk? It always feels good when you hear all the good parts and this is great. I can run it from that angle and it sounds nice and I even excite myself and I want to go buy it. But then I look at it I look at the bad ways it can go. It's a very different feeling I have. It's really hard to press by when you're staring down that hole.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see the queue today. Flat trading on the end of the month. Top of the queue, a nice broker linked order. Shout out to My Money JA, by the way. This tool, My Money JA, is extreme. If you're serious about the market, you need a My Money JA Pro or premium subscription. Like this, the extra information that it gives is
beautiful,
almost unfair against people who don't use it. If you're still just looking at JTrade or looking at Moneyline, to try and figure certain things out, you're hustling backwards. Anyway, look at this queue. Walled at 20 and walled. I don't know if it was walled, but they said the replay when that order popped up. We are right near the end of the day, as expected. 1783, 1705 with another broker linked order. I don't know. I know I'm comfortable not buying it now. That's what I know. Me personally, I'm comfortable not buying it now.
I haven't touched it. Fine. I don't think about we're so close to the end of the year, so this might be the good time. Because whoever booking it at the end of the year might say, I want to keep it.
True. Or whoever booking at the end of the year might say, well, what do you mean? Might say that I need it better.
No, they might say, this is the good that it is for the end of the year for me.
Ah, so like the less.
You can drop more free after this.
Ah, so what we have we hold. I don't know. I feel like I hear you. That one maybe is a post BrickTalk conversation. I've said it in the grow group before. Nobody will really take me on with it, but I don't want to say that on BrickTalk. It's yeah. I understand. I think the lines that you're going along. All right. I see we've had somebody waiting forever. Kirsten was on, but it looked like she's off again. I think maybe she's having trouble connecting. And Firmament. So Firmament,
Okay,
well,
firmament.
yeah. Firmament, what's up?
Yeah, man. Night. It's been a
It's been
while, huh?
lost. Indeed.
Night. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I heard you guys talking
But
about
you'd say good.
if I said good.
I thought you'd say good.
Oh yeah, good. But yeah, I heard you guys talking about tourism earlier. You said that tourism was recovering, and
Mhm.
that's not what you that's the impression that you were kind of giving that tourism
That's the
was recovering.
impression that's the impression I was getting. I just mentioned a couple of points that seem to be good towards it. I mentioned the I think it's a TVJ news. I think it's a news at 7 piece that spoke about some Negril hotels having 60 to 80% occupancy, and they're seeing it at the small hotels rising, and
Mm-hmm.
also and also Shay, who is in Ochi, was talking about how excited she was about on two lines. One being the general business activity from Jamaicans living in that area, but also she said there are 2 days where there are two cruise ships, and that's straight tourism, right? So that's four cruise ships in the space, cruise ships in the space of 2 days. So yeah, I think that's a recovery in tourism coming from zero, coming from no tourists the day after Melissa. Even that's not accurate, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean. When you guys said that, it made me remember the article that was say it said that the Dominican Republic authorized 800 flights for tourists that were rerouted because of Hurricane Melissa.
Hmm.
So that's also something to keep in mind for those who are willing to wait on the recovery, since a lot of tourists went somewhere else.
Yeah, but you wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, I did expect that.
Of course, when something happened in St. Lucia, we have more flights here. When something happened in Dom Rep, we have more flights here. When something happened in anywhere else, yeah, that's how you go. We try and get the overflow. We try and grab. It's competition at the end of the day. You're running in the
Mm.
race, and the brother beside you drop, and it's not your brother. It's your competitor. Where
Mm.
you go, you don't speed up a little bit, so it's even harder if you can get up to catch up. Because we've been leading them, In
Yeah,
some regards, we've been leading them. Yeah. Jamaica has 2.7 million people, and we see like maybe double that in terms of. I don't know if we've gone over four. So let's say roughly 4 million tourists every year. If my tourism competitor, that's if 4 million people every year, and also have Bob Marley and Jimmy Cliff and Hot Gal and good food and white rum. If them drop, if them even stumble, immediately I'm going to enable a flight. Oh, you guys can come over here. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Because all they
yeah,
still keep just
yeah,
end up
man.
the same way.
Yeah. No, of course. You try to grab everything you can. So I take your point. Of course, you have to consider that. Of course, Domrep is gonna try and capitalize on our um on our little struggle right now. But
mm.
if they were very good, they wouldn't be Domrep, they'd be us. So
Yeah. Yeah, another thing I wanted to talk about was Do you think that it's strange that you see people buying RPL over Fesco? Because it just seems that people hate Fesco ever since it ran up to $8 and it flew
It's
back down.
it's two different things. All right, let me answer them. Me personally, I've never no, neither Fesco or RPL is strange.
You
It's
say
what?
you never had any of them?
No, I never said that. No, of course I've had both. I was saying people buying either, none of them are
Oh,
strange to me. But
oh,
Oh
that's
yeah.
not really what you asked.
right.
I also don't know if this hate.
Oh, but when you look at the price, you don't see that, you know, you don't think it's strange that RPL is higher than Fesco,
No.
much higher. Oh, yeah.
No, no, that's not how that works.
That's hard.
That's not how that works. Maybe we invest differently, but it's not. I don't. It's just the price you're looking at. Just like so, Fesco is 293 today, and RPL is 439.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just looking at the 439 versus the 293.
And does RPL pay dividends?
That's
I don't. When I look at the corporate actions, I don't see any for RPL.
No, they've never paid a dividend.
And then
out of the question.
Fesco is paying dividends.
Fesco
But,
has paid dividends in the past. That is true. Let's see.
So
but also the
let's
question, the
Mhm.
question was, are you just looking at the price and saying one is higher, a higher numerical value?
Well, I'm looking at the price and I'm looking at the dividends. I'm looking at the number of
The dividend is
customers
not
on
an
the
output of a dividend. Dividends are not the output of what people value the company. It's just the output of the company
The
paying.
company. Yeah.
So
and
I don't
then
think dividends will be, I don't think dividends will be a part of that conversation.
and then I'm looking at the potential for to get more dividends then, because the Fesco has more gas stations, much more than RPL.
Mm-hmm.
For a moment, I think you don't get my question.
No, let him finish him. I think let him finish his point. I
All right.
think he's
Yeah,
phrasing it this way, but I think his phrasing is
yeah,
you don't understand why people are buying RPL instead of Fesco.
Yeah, I
yeah,
get that. All right.
Yeah.
yeah, because Fesco has more potential to increase their dividends or to pay
Hold
more
on
dividends.
now. Hold on. Fesco, I don't know if I agree with that. You said Fesco has more potential to
Yeah,
increase their dividends than RPL.
Yeah.
yeah, because when you compare their share of the market to RPL share, they have
They have much more what?
much more they have much more gas stations,
So they have much more risk.
Mhm.
much more risk.
Yeah, much more risk. If I have two gas stations, my employees can only rob me at two of my gas stations. If I have 10 gas stations, I have 10 different places my employees can rob me.
Mm.
That's higher risk, right?
Yeah, that's true. But are they getting robbed though? I've never heard of that.
No, that's not.
It was that I was just giving an example, but I'm sure that they've gone through bad things. But I get what you're saying. Okay, so you like Fesco. You know, I wanted to get something here. That one of the beauties of the market. It's not a zero-sum game. RPL don't have to lose for Pesco to win.
Exactly that.
You
They
get
can win
me?
at the same time. They
No,
can lose at the same time.
exactly. They can
Like,
both win, they can both lose.
why make a decision to buy one versus the other exactly? Like, I'm not. There are bad answers to that. There are good answers to that question. But just then say, boy, one is a bigger company. That's not good. That's not necessarily. That's not to me necessarily a good reason for everybody to just get up and buy it over the other one.
Mm.
RPL can go through bad times while Fesco goes through good times, and vice versa.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
if Fesco has gone through some tough, and is going through some tough times that RPL hasn't gone through. Is that, are you considering that?
I did not consider that Fesco is going through tough times. No, I didn't consider that.
You weren't even aware of it, right?
I wasn't aware of that they're going through
Ah.
some.
What does Fisco? How does Fisco make money?
They sell gas and asphalt and cooking gas.
LPG, right?
Yeah.
In fact, they have a LPG plant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they? They have a LPG storage and filling plant.
I Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not
So
sure about that.
oh yeah, push Fisco, you know, understand
I love
Fisco.
it.
They do. They do. They have a LPG filling facility, but I don't believe, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe it's licensed because they have been waiting for that NEPA license, and I think late last year it was again denied by NEPA. IPL also has a filling plan, don't they?
I I'm not sure about that one. Oh, but I do remember David
They
when
do.
David I remember when David mentioned that LPG plant.
When who?
David Rose.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when he mentioned what?
You mentioned the Fesco's LPG plant. They were trying to get approval for it from NEPA.
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember when he spoke about that.
That's okay. I don't get my news from David, but
when
is that what was said though?
you said David, I was like, somebody worked their name, so?
As one, I thought, yeah, I thought it was somebody with like a company. I was like, who's the David? But I get what you mean. If we are talking about the same incident, what he may have been talking about was the last time NEPA turned down the denied the application, no?
I think he was talking about the initial application and
No,
he
he was not. The initial application was made long before. He would have been talking about when the application was denied.
oh, okay.
That sound bad because how could you be buying Frisco over RPL when RPL already have a NEPA approved LPG filling station?
Well, yeah, the people who are looking to buy either one of those stocks would want to, know about something like that.
But you never know about it until a while ago, right?
Right. I didn't know about that.
So that's a good. Well, see, that's a good gift to you. It's not Christmas, yes, but it's a
Christmas.
good. Yeah, it's a good BrickTalk deal right there. And again, I want you to remember in this, it's not a zero sum game. One do have to lose, so one to win. Though I just mentioned the LPG plants because I know about both of them, so I know that it's something to look on for both of them, but they can both win. Everybody use cooking gas, or most people use cooking gas. Um, yeah, they can both win. They have not. It's not like they've tapped out the market and they're 50-50. The two of them have lots of room to grow, and they have lots of room to grow in many other areas. Bear in mind also, we're talking LPG, we're talking petrol, and we're talking Fesco and RPL. There's a whole heap of other gas stations out there. There's a whole heap of other LPG plants out there. How could you be buying Fesco when Massey exists? Massey sell LPG to all of them.
How could you
You,
be
you,
buying? How could you be buying Fesco when Massey exists?
yeah,
Yeah, if you're going on a sale, like I thinking of where you were going.
yeah. And Massey have a whole heap more gas stations than the two of them. In that Massey sells gas to a lot more people than both of them. And Massey also, I believe, sell gas to them.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about that. About Massey companies that list. They come over from Trinidad to Jamaica.
Hmm. Hmm.
Are we really able to tell the value of those companies when they restrict the US dollar like that? When Trinidad
What?
restrict the US dollar?
What's the correlation exactly?
Because all right, they would put out a report in Trinidad dollars, TT dollars.
Which they do. Massey reports in Trinidadian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
But they restrict the US dollar. So are we really getting a good picture of how much the company is really making?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, we're getting, I think, an exact picture in Trinidadian dollars.
Yeah, what about the US dollar would stop that? What about the restriction on US dollar would stop that from happening?
Because if there was no restriction, then things would be much more expensive in Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I mean, I'm not agreeing, but if that's the line, then what exactly does that change?
It changes the expenses that the company would be paying.
but the company is paying its expenses now, just in Trinidadian dollars, right?
Restriction is a reality. It can't say the law is different in this country. So if it was this, if the law in that country was a different thing, then it would be a different thing. So it's not, the value isn't there. I don't think that's how it works. The law is a law. So it is how it is, and then the reflection of the situation is in front of us.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter then. Them restricting the US dollar, it has no.
Has not. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. But yeah. Well, here's what I think it is. Right. Here's what you asked, just so you can hear it back and you see what it sounds like. You say,
yeah,
Massey, the Trinidadian company, come to Jamaica and list on the Jamaican market, which is true. And on the Jamaican market, they're traded in Jamaican dollars, which is also true. But when Massey reports, they report in Trinidadian dollars, which they should, because that is the operating that is the main currency of the group, that the Massey group. They're a Trinidadian company. They report in Trinidadian dollars. They're listed on the Trinidadian Stock Exchange, and on the secondary listing is on the Jamaican Stock Exchange. Then you just pull the US dollar into it.
Mm-hmm.
But how that drop in? Even if we're going to consider that, Massey is not Massey in Trinidad. Massey is a massive group all over the region, including in Jamaica. You remember we got to Massey because I brought up Massey in Jamaica. In Jamaica, you know Massey Gas is?
Yes.
Who are they?
What you mean by that?
IGL is Massey Gas.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't think IGL is like a suffering company. I don't think IGL has any restrictions on their US dollar getting ability, right?
Right.
But IGL is Massey Gas. Does NCB have any problems getting US dollars?
No, they don't.
But NCB is NCB Merchant Bank Trinidad. And Guardian, which is in Trinidad and listed on the Trinidad Stock Exchange and reports in Trinidad. I think they report in Trinidadian dollars.
So
and
so all right. So if they didn't restrict the US dollar, would the Trinidad dollar fly? Would it start to fly?
I leave that for the economists. But I mean, if you don't have a peg currency, you tend to. If you have a free floating currency, it usually floats to where it should be. Not usually, it floats to where it should be. It's a market, so it floats to where it should be.
Yeah.
So I suspect if they stop, I suspect if the Trinidadian government stops the restriction, then the US dollar to Trinidadian dollar exchange rate would increase. I think so. But you know what that means, right?
It means that it would be
How you
more
expenses. You said that their expenses would be higher.
Yeah.
But you know what else would be higher?
No, what else would be higher?
The revenue.
Yeah, they're charging too. They're not just sitting on being charged and the powers that be just work against them. Like, people that if if them light bill go up, then them prices go up. Because that's thinking the company, every company in Trinidad dies because the exchange rate goes up. Is that the thought? No.
Yeah, my thought was that if the exchange rate,
No, but
if they
but
restrict the
then
US dollar,
the thought is that the value of it. So you're looking at the exchange rate as a measure of value, and that's not necessarily how that works. That it's a thing we have to fight in Jamaica. The BOJ keeps telling us every single year that the exchange rate doesn't mean what everybody thinks it means. The exchange rate is just the relationship of this country and that country. If you drive a car in Trinidad and you have to buy gas, then your thought around that is, oh, the exchange rate go up, so gas is more expensive, right?
Yeah.
Then why would you then look at the gas station company and say, boy, the light bill must have gone up since thing there. So things rough on you because they're like, I'm not saying it's a happy time, but it flows. It's not going to be that, oh, the prices go up in one place and then everything there. That's what I said earlier. If you go along that line, that's you thinking Trinidad implodes. Like every business in Trinidad is dead because them expenses, these expenses go up, but the expenses is charged by another company. It's not just a static thing.
Okay.
So I was trying to say the revenue go up because okay, I'm going to reflect the exchange rate on my side as well because I can't just have it happen that everybody that charging me them things inflate and I'm going to be over here chilling because boy, I'm nice. I'm not going to charge more too.
Yeah, kind of have to charge more.
It happen across the board.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, well, another thing I wanted to talk about was the stocks in my portfolio, right? So,
All right. Outside of Fesco, you mean?
Outside of Jamaica, you mean?
well, I don't own Fesco. I haven't owned it in a while.
Oh, but you own RPL?
No.
All right, I like that. I like that. You're just
I,
looking at them and comparing.
yes, I only have two stocks in my portfolio. I have Trans Jamaica and what's it called again? HPC.
Oh,
Let's talk about the more interesting one.
Which is Trans Jamaica, right? So all right, let's talk about HPC, right?
no, talk about the one you want to talk about. Because I tell you,
I'm
so we
joking.
get everybody.
I'm joking. I am actually joking.
Yeah. Talk about the one that you want to talk about for a minute.
No, I want to talk about HPC because I just remember one day, the light bulb turned on because I saw how people are gonna need board because of the hurricane.
So that one day was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
About a week ago. So
Okay.
I think
Was
it
it
was about a
last
week ago.
week, Friday?
I think so,
Oh,
So I bought into HPC, and there are about 3 days between me getting the idea and then buying. So I ended up in a losing position.
Was the 3 days Saturday, Sunday, and then you got to buy on Monday?
I think so.
Okay.
I,
Anyway,
I,
go through. Go through. Go
yeah,
through.
ended up in a losing position because I didn't check to see how long it had been moving. And probably if I had done
I'm
that, I would have
confused.
waited.
Hold on.
So
Probably if you had look. Oh, that's you confusing me. But finish. Let me not stop interrupting you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, so probably if I had waited, then the dip would have came and I would have bought in. Yeah, so
What they put up come?
they pull back because people would have taken profit eventually.
People take profit every day.
every day.
So
And
okay, so I need to decide whether I want to average down.
I
Uh,
think I want. I think you need to. I think you need to actually have the conversation with us that you want to have. I'll tell you a little secret, and not for you, to everybody else. If you
mm,
have like as honest a conversation as you can right now, I will also with you have as honest a conversation as I can.
okay, okay. But this is an honest conversation. Um,
Only you know.
indeed.
yeah, I'm just trying to decide, whether I should average down
All right, but why you're trying to decide if you should average zone or what?
or just leave it. Just leave it there.
Just those are your only two options. Just leave. You mean just leave? Just not do anything.
Yeah, because I think that eventually it's gonna go back to where it was, and or even past where it was.
Where was it?
I bought it at um one
You
point
were where
one
it
point
was
one
for
point five
your
nine. One
where
point
was for
five
your
nine
portfolio. That's what you mean.
from my portfolio. Yeah.
Yeah, man. But you have to remember, say only you know your portfolio. You get
Mm-hmm.
that? So even I don't know. Like you have to tell me. Even I don't know where is yours. So you say you bought it. You said a lot of things, and I want to guide you through it, but I don't. I'm stopping you sometimes because if I don't stop you, you said the thing that's in your mind, and then after you said the thing that's in your mind. If I don't say anything, it's as if you and I are on the same page, but I'm not on the same page with you. I don't know. So I want it to be
Indeed.
very, very clear. So
Indeed.
start the whole thing over. I understand where you were. You say, okay, now you're thinking about your next steps. So in order to understand it, just say the whole thing over, but more condensed. So you bought AHPC, you bought Atlantic Hardware, and you say you buy it after um Melissa,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
Yes. Right. Right.
Perfect. I mean, you bought it after October, the last week of October. And you say your average price is what? One
$1.59.
$1.59. Would it be 159?
One. Yeah. $1.59.
Is it actually $1.59? I don't remember if it traded that high.
Hold on. I-
That
That
that's
rings some bells.
including your
I ringing
fees.
some bells. I ringing some bells.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, it has traded as high as 170. Okay, so last week you buy it, and you say you bought it because what?
I bought it because I thought that people were going to need board.
Bored. That's true. Meaning coming out of Melissa,
Right.
and you thought that last week
I Yeah,
or the week before.
or either last week or a week and a half ago.
I think it would have been maybe a week and a half ago. In fact, I think it might be like 23 days ago.
Yeah, the one they traded in 150. The one thing that yeah,
Yeah,
you
this,
traded.
between
It
the
was one
6th of November.
159. So yeah, November 7th, and then November 6th or 7th, anytime they trade up 159 or above 150,
Oh,
as
so
high as
so
159.
Or up to November 10th, maybe.
No, 10th highest was 155. So 6 and 7
True,
were the only day they trade up to
true,
or beyond 150,
true.
159.
So so not last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, the
Mm-hmm.
Thursday or the Friday. I like that because I like that in that code. So the Thursday or the Friday. Um,
oh I can actually say the date. It was the 7th of the 11th.
yeah, look at that. I know you could have said the date before, 'cause I know you're looking at it before, but you don't want to say it unless I say it to you, right? so, so,
No,
That-
I just remember that I could say the date.
okay.
Hmm.
All right. All right. All right. Remember, the most honest conversation we can have. I'm trying to be as honest as I can on my side. I'm not even trying. I'm just going to be. And as honest as you are with me, is the better. You might not even believe it will work out great for both of us if you're just as honest as you can. So on November 6th, you thought, you know what? Last week, Melissa hit us hard. A lot of people are gonna need a lot of board, and so that made you buy Atlantic Hardware and Plumbing Company Limited shares, right? The next day, which should have been the 7th.
Right. Well, I would say the 4th. I would say the 4th. I thought about it, and then I wasn't able to buy until the 7th.
Okay, so you thought about it the 4th. That's good. You thought about it the Monday. You thought about it the Monday. Yeah, Monday the 4th. The Tuesday, sorry, Tuesday the 4th. But you weren't able to buy until the 7th, which was the Friday. So you gave it. That's a lot. You gave yourself some time to think.
Yeah.
And so while you were thinking, it rose from 120. It rose from 128 up to a high of 170. We're
Yeah.
still on the same board. Remember, I'm talking to you. I wanted to be honest with also a lot of people listening. I want to make sure everybody can follow along.
Oh, yeah, man.
Because, yeah, but you're not the only person who bought, obviously. I mean, it traded some of its heaviest volumes during that time. I've bought and sold, and I still buy and sell. But yeah, like on the 6th, for example, 15.6 million units traded. That is not a small amount in that stock, and it's a new stock, relatively new stock. It's not even listed 1 year yet. So that's why we'll set everything up now, right? So you bought because you figure a lot of people might buy a lot of board coming out of Melissa, and that was what you thought 3 weeks ago to the day. Well, less than 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Since you said the Monday, you thought it, right? But you couldn't act until the Friday.
Right.
Now what?
All right. So I bought it, and now there are other opportunities on the market. So I'm trying to decide whether I should buy more or just leave it alone, go into the other opportunities on the market.
There's any other option in front of you?
Is there? Oh, you mean sell it? Sell it at a
I
loss?
just asking about what all options are in front of you. So you say you can either buy more, which would have the average down, or just leave it where it is, which is at a loss currently.
Right.
And what's the other option?
I'll sell it, or I could buy. Go buy some other stock.
No, we're talking about Atlantic here. So the options are either you buy more, or leave it alone, or
Sell it.
all right, cool. So I think we're on the same page in terms of authors. So which one are you leaning towards?
I'm leaning towards leaving it alone.
Why?
Because eventually it will go up.
You know that for a fact?
Well, I would say I feel there's a high chance it will go back up.
You feel there's a high chance it will go back up? My thing is, right? 3 weeks ago, you thought that people needed board. You think they buy all the board over the last 3 weeks?
No, they haven't.
So what has changed? Outside of price, what has changed in the last 3 weeks?
That's it. That is it.
Um,
You make a decision on the price moving, or because you didn't make. We did say if people if you need more, were you thinking of that? Did you see the stock? Did you see the price moving at all before you messaged? Before you had that thought? When you were looking to buy, what were you thinking about the price going up from where it was before?
Yes, I did notice that the price was moving.
And that made that it sounds to me like also an influence, like it's happening now.
Well, no, I didn't buy it because it was moving.
Not because, but it might have helped. It might have helped to give some confirmation in buying.
You didn't buy because the price was moving.
No, I didn't buy it because it was moving.
Why did you buy it?
I would have preferred it didn't move until I bought it.
So why did you buy it then?
I bought it because I thought it would be a need for board.
Has that changed in the last 3 weeks?
No, that hasn't changed.
So what has changed?
Yeah, exactly.
I would say that not much has changed. It's just that there are other stocks out there to buy. Other stocks.
The same amount of stocks
Stock.
that were there 3 weeks ago are there now.
And the thing hasn't changed at a cheaper price, and you're making and the decision you're making is the decision you're leading towards is not sell, not buy, but to leave. But the decision
Well,
you're making with bet.
He did say sell. I kind of push him, but he did mention sell.
I
Sell
said no. I said
at a loss.
I know what the decision you're leading towards is not sell. It's not
But I don't
buy.
know that. Let's ask him. Let's ask
No,
him. Let's ask.
he did ask him.
Are you
I'm actually leaning away from selling. I don't want to sell
Yeah,
at a loss.
he wants,
Why not?
He wants to wait.
I know that he doesn't keep saying that. Yeah. He doesn't say that. He said at a loss.
I don't want to sell at a loss because I've just have this I have a strong feeling based on the need for the board that will go back up.
How much do you think he'll go back up to?
I actually want to sell it for like $1.9.
Yeah, but how much do you think it's gonna go up to?
I think it's gonna go I think we'll go past $1.9.
Alright, so you think it's currently at $1.18?
Yeah.
Just so we're clear, it's at $1.18 right now, and you think that you think it's gonna go up as far as it might go, but you are hoping to when you bought it, you're hoping to sell at $1.90, right?
Right.
And you say you bought at what? 159?
1.9.
159.
Yeah.
When you bought it, you're looking for 20% profit.
Yeah. Is that too high? Too.
It's one thing you'll never hear me
He's
say.
not qualifying it. He's not
Yeah.
saying it.
Actually, yeah.
Taking note.
Yeah, I just want to be clear on what we're saying. Yeah. So you when you bought it, you were looking for roughly, it's actually 19.46, call it 19.5. I'm just calling it 20 so everybody can follow along. You wanted 20% profit when you bought it. Nothing wrong with that. It has now fallen to 118, but you are confident that it's probably gonna go back up past $1.90. So you're thinking it's probably gonna pass $2 and all of that, right?
Right.
When do you think it's likely to go back up to $1.90? $1.90 and $2 and all of that?
I think that would happen. That could happen about 6 months from now.
So you think within the next 6 months, you honestly expect it to, it's at $1.80 now. In the next 6 months, you expect it to go up to $1.90.
Yeah, I think two quarters worth of reports would do that.
2 quarters worth of reports. I might be a little bit more than 6 months, but I'm with you. Let's say 6 months. And what you wanted initially was 20%, and you were hoping for that 20% in the same 6 months.
In the same 6.
What did when you bought it initially? Did you want 20%?
190. When you're looking at what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at it as
Remember the RC?
20% was that 20% was a quarter away, 1 quarter away.
So 3 weeks ago, you thought 20% was 3 months away.
months away.
And now, 3 weeks later, you think that 20% is there.
6
I think
months away.
it's months away.
Here's the thing though. Hold on. Let's say you really believe that. So you honestly believe that it's very likely, because it's not like the hurricane hasn't happened. It's very likely that 6 months from now, it's going to go back up to 190, if not higher, right? Two quarters of results, as you say.
Yeah.
And you're not leaning, by your own words, you're not leaning towards selling it now at a lot.
YouTube said I'm not here about that.
Oh, that's rough. You're not leaning towards selling it now at a lot.
Right. I'm not leaning towards that.
But you are still looking for your 20%. So that leaves only the other two options. What are the other two options? Do absolutely nothing,
Or average down.
or average down. If you were to average down, what price would you hit your 20% at?
I was to average down.
I
I think if I was to average down, it would go down to $1.3.
So if you're looking at averaging down, you'd average down to about $1.30.
Yeah.
Okay, $1.30. And if you average down to $1.30, where do you hit your 20% at?
Probably $1.6.
Close, $1.56 actually. But I want to put your mind to something else. So not telling you what to do, because I can't tell you what to do. I mean, not that I can't tell you what I think you should do. I can. That's not advice, and this is not an advisory business. But I want you to think it through, and I want anybody else listening to think it through also. You say you honestly believe. Hear me out. You say you honestly believe that in the next 6 months it's going to go to 190 or higher. And if you're averaging down, you only average down to 130. If you average down to 118, where it is now, if you average down to $1.18, and in 6 months it gets to the same 190, how much profit would you have made?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check that out.
You want me to tell you?
How much is that?
61% profit.
No, how would you get out to 180?
You would have to buy more.
Yeah,
You'd have to buy enough. You'd have to buy enough. Well, at the current price. Well, I don't know how much you bought initially, but
no, he said
you'd have to buy.
Exactly. It would be really hard for me to think.
Not really. You don't know the man pocket.
Okay, not hard. But you would have to spend a lot more money than you spent the first time.
He would have to spend more money than he spent the first time. Correct. But remember, he said he only has two stocks in his portfolio: AHPC and Trans Jamaica. I suspect the Trans Jamaica is a lot more than the AHPC.
Right. That a significant amount of Jamaica shares.
See? All right.
It's doing it. Jamaica is doing well. Doing really well.
Is it the highway one in some board?
Board? No. Well, I don't think so.
Well, what do you use to frame up the concrete for the places that are repair?
Oh, they use board for that. I
don't know. I pay a toll. I keep going. I go for police. That's it. But I think they use stuff that hardware sell. You don't think they use stuff that hardware sell?
They probably do.
They probably do.
They probably do.
And Atlantic sells which hardwares? The most hardwares in the island? That's what they say. You see, I remember this. I remember telling you that you should come to grow a long time ago. And I know you don't do it. You see the difference that doing grow would have helped you.
Yeah, I guess it would have been helpful.
been helpful. You know how many people bought Atlantic when it was at 86 or 87 cents? When it's at 170, you know how much profit they're looking at? How much profit they were looking at? More than 100%. Well, 86, 87 now. But close to 100%, I think 92 or 93. And it's not a magical thing. It's if you hear the questions I'm asking, I'm not asking like some ultra technical.
It's making a decision. Like, you're not really. So you think about it, or not really making.
Yeah. So again, and you notice I'll be very deliberate in the questions I'm asking because again, I know people are listening, and I want, like the moment that I'm talking through you, I want people to be able to think of their own decisions in the same way. Because that's what it is. The stock market is not magic. It's I can tell you, Jamaican, you already know more than enough to do this thing very, very well. But if you don't do it, or you do it off something else, then you lose, right? So if you come at it from the angle of cash pot, then you get cash pot-ish results. But the only winner in cash pot is SVL. In the same way, if 3 weeks ago, like, boy, I thought Atlantic was a good buy. And you said to the night, it's not because the price was going up. You asked it 2 or 3 times, and you said it's not because the price was going up. I say to reiterate, it's not because the price was going up. It's because you thought you would need board. Atlantic sell more than board. If you thought it was just board, I never buy lumber.
Because lumber was more expensive.
Why?
Expensive thing again. All right, cool. We need to come to grow. And no joke. If you, I mean,
it wasn't just that it was more expensive. There wasn't a lot. There wasn't enough available at the time.
I do not believe that is true, my brother.
They
When you said there wasn't enough available, how much money are you spending? So
the cell queue was almost empty.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Which day was the cell queue almost empty? You could be right. I could be wrong. Let's see. November 6th.
7th of the 11th. 7th of the 11th.
On the 7th of the 11th, let's see what the number looked like. On the 7th of the 11th, what was the queue like? The queue, the cell queue, at the end of the day, had 15.3 million worth of shares in it. 2.77 million shares are available in the cell queue at the end of the day. Throughout the day, it fluctuated. At one point, at 10:38, I could deep find exactly what it traded at 159 and see how much lumber was available. Then some broker linked orders at 372 in lumber at that point. 10,000 units each. I think shares available. I know there are shares available because I'm pretty sure I bought. So was there? Like, listen, you could be again up to you. But still, I think that's honest as it can. It works best. But honest for both of us. I bought Atlantic because I thought there was a need for board 3 weeks ago. I suspect there's still a need for board.
Is
Is
that this saying that there were 12 orders? 12 sell orders?
Is what what's on screen?
On screen. When it says supply
It's
side.
saying that there are 24 sell orders. Right here. And there are 32 buy orders at to prepare at 2:01 p.m. on November 7th. You heard earlier when I said that my money JA is, if you trade against people using my money JA and you're not using it, it's a disadvantage.
Four.
And if you get this, remember this is all information. This is weeks of information. Permanent?
Yeah, oh, yeah, man. I'm still here.
Yeah. Thinking it through. That's it's good that you're thinking it through. I want you to think it through. I want you to truly think it through and consider I want you to truly think it through and consider just the thing that I add. You make it clear that the three options. Sell at a loss, ignore it, just ignore the shares, and wait for it to go. You sound like you're determined to sell at all. So ignore the shares until it reach back to your price. You want it to 190. Or the third one you said buy one average round. No, you were for 20%. Then if you're sticking for 20%, no, you're 20%. Assuming that you average round, your 20% is a lot lower, right? And if you go to the price that you tell me that you're confident to get in 6 months at 60% on the market. So you start to need to see why I said that the honesty is important here. Because only you know if what I just told is convincing you in either in any of the three options that you have laid out. Because here's the thing, I suspect the thing that you're tripping over was the averaging down and buying more. You have now heard something that you should be growing up right? Everybody can work with the state, right? That you have 62% profit along with you say you expect in 6 months. But the only way to get that is the average down the current price. So now you see behind door A, I believe there is 60% off in 6 months. But it requires me to buy more, average it down. Behind door B, alone, there's whatever happens. And behind door C, that's selling at a loss. I said, you're not doing that.
Right.
So honesty comes in. I'm not accusing your line of not being honest. It's a situation in which if you're honest, you will know. If you're being dishonest, you will know. Because you still have three options in front of you. And your honesty will lead you down what you really want to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you want to get like what you're saying?
Yeah.
For a minute, I think about this and
Yeah, our big decision.
no. Generally, I need to work through your trade decisions very because you said nothing has changed. But the thing that made me the decision has not changed. The only thing that has changed is the price. And so you're saying to me, I was buying at 169 because it worked. I think they need to work for Atlantic. So that should make some money. So 169 is a good price. Not at a low price.
People don't need
But
more.
that seems to be all the way. And you look at it and you say, okay, but the these are the same. But the decision you're making now, you're thinking either I don't do anything or I buy. I'm not saying, okay, cool. So you don't even buy. And it's a heavy decision for you. And that's, I don't understand that. It's you go to buy. They like buy. What do you like buy? Wait.
Yeah. Close.
Go buy a new shoe.
Box.
And new belt.
Buy new class. Those drop. Nice color. Brand new ones. Nice and sweet. Beautiful, right? And it's a boy. You go on the site, 11 grand this week. And you have the money, you have to spend money. But if you change the tab, if you go on it, you come here one day, 3 weeks later, and the price is less. What's your decision at that point? Are you saying, boy, you know, is it that thing, so you get everything in front of you at a better price? And
That
why?
I don't
So
know. I come on by it, man.
So I'm asking you now, what exactly around this is making this a heavy decision for you, that you're now frozen?
You know, I guess it's just thinking about the size of the companies, on the market.
But the government know that, and you know that's not it. You know that's not it. You know the principle behind Atlantic hardware is?
When you say Pennsylvania, you mean who
The
owns
real,
the most?
the real power, the real power broker, if you will.
No, I don't know.
Okay, but it's not size.
So what size is too much for you to be in there? How much you're chucking, so?
I don't think it's size in the other direction. Like the size of the companies on the market are too small, right?
Right. And they're riskier, and the business models, they aren't really working out for them.
So I buy
They're not. But
just one.
yeah, 3 weeks ago you were sure that Atlantic.
Things are true. Why are you buying?
Well, I think that we can do a lot of research, but then at the end of the day, there's still a level of uncertainty when you go to buy it into the.
There must be. If there was one uncertainty, I wouldn't buy it. Yeah, you need uncertainty. Risk of all market profit.
Oh, yes, I remember you saying that.
Before, come the grow.
Yeah,
Come the grow. Come the grow. It's not you that it's worth more than the cost. It's worth more than the price tag. Come the grow.
I think honesty with self that's strong here. It's not with me. It's your actual drivers behind your decisions. I want you to know them more. Honestly, you've changed. As I answer a question, it seems it seems to me like you're really making a decision on a basis of, hey, I think this is an ongoing thing there. I think something is going on with your decision making. I need to lock it now. You can't tell me all these bad things about the company, and then you bought it for all the good things about
It's true. Like you get the girl, and 2 weeks later, I get that on the body anyway. Oh, so what? You're just telling me how great she is, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, Atlantic is pretty good. And I'm not saying it from the best perspective of owning it. I'm saying that because empirically I could lay out all the reasons I have before. I don't know if I've done it on here, but I think I've done it on here. I've laid out many reasons. And you don't need high technical some reasons. I love your reason. People need board. And that has not changed.
But then to me, it's great. And this is why I asked you about the price moving into the decision. Because the moment you get to a greater decision, everything else comes in. That stops it from making a decision. And the only thing really has changed from your perspective, because everything you've done so far has not changed from 3 weeks ago, except the price.
Yeah, the exception of the thing.
And
like the girl you say should go.
And then forget you telling me about the price and what it costs you in other things. Or the number too high. Best versus appear, you cannot own it, the nominal value of the thing.
Yeah.
To me, I can't then think why price is influenced. Because again, in this situation, the only thing has changed. According to you, because I keep asking the same thing, it's the price.
Question. So if you buy the cheaper stock, you get more shares. And you wouldn't really you get more dividends, more.
Not how that works.
There's some principles that you're missing on there. With that,
Yeah, man. you come to grow. I beg you, bro. I beg you. Big man,
Ross,
I beg you.
if
I beg you, come.
Randy have a partition and me have a partition, both of it listen. Randy owns $5 per share, and my own is 10. Who do you think mine is better?
Yours is 10. Randy's partition is cheaper. $5.
But
No, it's not.
Randy partition might have more shares. So, like Randy partition for 5 million shares and mine have 1 million shares. So no, Randy's partition is worth 25 million and my partition is worth 10 million.
Come to grow.
Because
These
it's
things and more.
It's $5 per share for 5 million. So 25 million, the company is fully worth. And mine is $10 per share for 1 million shares out there. So it's 10 million shares. Mine is $10 million partition, and it's $25 million partition. The price of them don't read it. You see on screen, don't tell the full story. I don't tell the full story, it's when move on, not which is better. Comparing them, they don't suddenly become very comparable just because the price. That's like saying, what's the thing? Actually, run by market. Yeah, can very easily see the top of the thing. Or something like a high market.
That might not be. That requires some explanation behind it.
But I think he's missing. You're missing a lot of the small people around the market. I think it's hurting, which is why I would say because you learn it's hey, what's happening? What is the market? And then as an investor, how do you look at it and think about it? Because this is the decision you're making for your money. I think you're missing a good amount of that decision making because you're got some basis there. I think that. So yeah, I think you're hurting yourself with the approach there so far. What we say? Because again, I like the base of some of the things you said. It's a very true thing. I always say, yo, a lot of people know more about business and market than they think. You look at what's happening in Jamaica and you can say what's going to benefit. If more water goes out, who sell water? If more water goes out, who sell the word? You take the channel signs and then you trick yourself up somewhere along the way. I think.
Hold on. But if stock A is $1 and stock B is $3,
Hear me out now.
and stock
Hear me out. Come and do grow, my brother. Let me see what you're doing now. You are proving that there's value in these things. You're proving that that I don't grow. That I have a whole knowledge about the path that is in there. So a lot of the people here come on and say, don't grow. I obviously teach for all. You're proving that there's value in the grow knowledge where you don't want to pay.
He's asking the guy.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go and ask him, but I know I'm investing much more money than the profit. But now ask $100 for that. No, it's not worth it. But it's worth it because you went to do it, right? If you get it for free, right? Just like the girl, what you like how she look, you like how dress fit her, you like how her hair look, she's sexy, the nails, everything. She's not good. No, in get her, and then she asks him for some money, and all of a sudden, if I get a good she want money. How you think the hair and the nails and just everything they go, bro? This is what investment looks like. If you're in, you're in. If you're not in, you're not in. But one thing, and then when you get in, you realize, you say, no, and it's secret that to not have that situation is to research before, so you don't know if you really want to be in. But you, like that, I say, have done some of that before. You don't take a genius. Every hardware bingo over the next 2 years in Jamaica. You have to be really bad at running a business to fail that hardware in Jamaica for the next 2 years. I think something that since you are the first person from Atlantic, we're talking to another hardware owner this week. It's in the same broad group. It's my broad group. And this point that he was talking to many of the suppliers, including Atlantic. I them not have this, them have that. Them not have this. It's not because they don't have it, it's because it by everything sell off. And if you want to put a back order, but you know that you're not the only person putting in a back order. What did that tell you? The business is booming. It don't take a genius to know that hardware in Jamaica bingo between now and the end 2028, maybe. Let's say 2027. Others in Jamaica, bingo. Them bingo like them can't bingo. But if you're like, oh, can you talk about that? You know, so quite hard. They're not saying things are so rough. They're saying, oh, we're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to what we can do to rebuild Jamaica. I saw one entrepreneur on TV, you know, with our problem, and not disclose that in any way, shape, or form. That's great. But from a content perspective, you must know why he can afford to give away those type of things, right? You're coming back. You have good business with me, you must come back. You have to buy 10 sheets of zinc, you can go back to the guy and get the trap for free. So that's what I can use to beat my competitors. That's the way the business mind works. That's the way the mind works. That's the way every Jamaican mind works. That's why we go taste and buy. You understand that in Jamaica it works the same way everywhere. It works that way across the board. So you just you don't, yeah, I don't want to say just don't, yeah, don't doubt it. Right? You're already on the right path. But I guess it's I asking this because I need it. That's because this is like what, your third conversation for a moment.
The third one.
I don't think you do the right thing on a common sense level. It's just the next part where, oh, I have to know certain things around decision making and just the market. So understanding what the market is and how it works. It's what I'm going to put there.
Come to the drummer, but it is worth it. I'm going to say that because it's my course.
I'm going to give it some time.
Okay. You know what? I'll be giving thought. The next draw is tomorrow. Right? Shout out to the people who have already signed up, and yeah, and it is Black Friday. So I'll put a Black Friday. I'll put a Black Friday code. Brick Friday 2025. End of Brick Friday 2025. Check out when you get 10% off. Yeah. I hope that you specifically for the growth tomorrow. You can put in the code. Yeah, between now and I think the time is 10:30. I think we start at 10:30 stream. Instead of a coffee, yeah, you have nothing. You can, it's online. It's a conversation. Not a conversation. It's a workshop, but it's comprehensive. If you actually do it, I am actually excited about the conversation that we will have after we do it. Like when you get to like, oh wow, because I know you're gonna wish you done it earlier, but come to grow. I know come to grow is it's only not support everybody. So Brick Friday 2025. Sign up at kevinnicol.com/GRWR. Permanent, please do it. So we have a conversation number 4 that will happen again. And to just bring this back to the topic that I was talking about, I really like that shoes example you use there, that you want 2 clocks. I can paraphrase and change it up a little bit. You want 2 clocks. You want the blue one, you want the purple one. You buy the purple, but you really want to get the blue one. So 12 cost 10 grand. 3 weeks later, the baby blue one costs 8 grand. What you say that for?
I would jump back if it was cheaper.
And you remember what I said earlier at the start of this episode? A deal don't always look like a deal in the moment. But you see, if they put a big sign on the baby blue clocks and say 20% off Black Friday sale, you rush and buy it because you want it from the time you see the value and I get it. The same girl got the browning up there, so she like them pass and she must look it, right? And that's clear too. Just like 3 weeks ago, it was clear to everybody to need hardware supply in Jamaica. And on Black Friday, you saw that there's a 20% discount on the same stock that you bought 3 weeks ago. And you're asking, should I buy it or should I not buy it? And just finally, the conversation, you realize, well, I hopefully help you realize that, if it gets to where you think it's going to get to in the time that you think it's going to get there, you're looking on 62% profit instead of 20, but only if you buy the blue pack. It's the one from the girl. I hear the rest of what's taught there.
As I said, I have to give it some thought,
Yeah, between now and 10 o'clock tomorrow. I mean, the other girls too, but you do have to do it, not before time. I'll give you another gift too. If you want, I will buy your Atlantic shares from you on Monday.
Buy my Atlantic shares.
Yeah, man. Then depending on how much, I'm almost willing to buy them at the cost that you bought. I can't buy them at the cost that you bought them. But it could drop further, right? It could drop them to 110. It could drop further. So yeah, maybe I can't buy from you at 159 just because I have to literally the market don't work that way. I literally cannot buy them from you on the market on Monday at that price. However, yeah, if it's fed up and you decide to go through the side of Trans Jamaica and you want it at least at the price it is now, yeah, I'd buy it from you. I'd buy all in one go.
Why? That doesn't sound like a good deal for me, Sound like a good deal for you. But
Yeah, I've done grow every month for the last so many years.
So buying at the good price is a good deal.
Say that again.
So buying at the price is a good deal.
Yeah, buying at the price is a good deal. For Randy.
But not for you.
Not for me.
Come the girl, bro.
You.
Come the girl. Come the girl tomorrow. Please. You will. The one thing I know you won't say is that boy, this was worth it. That's the only thing that you don't hear that. I don't hear that. I've been doing it for years. Just come the girl. Stop trying to get a little free idea around the corner. Little free idea get you. You lose all confidence once you drop a little bit. I'm sure you 62% and suddenly, it's a good deal for you. But not for me. I mean, I could sell a lot of shares and bring the price down wickedly and then DM you on Tuesday and ask you if you want to sell me now at $1. Would it be a good deal for you then?
No, it would be. The lower it goes, wouldn't that be worse for me?
Maybe, I don't know. For me, the bigger the discount is, the greater it is for me. I look forward to discounts. Most people look forward to discounts. As I said, a discount or a deal does not always, on the market, does not always look like a deal in the moment when you're getting it. It don't usually have a sign on it saying, hey, this is great. You don't usually look like, Jesus Christ, this doesn't make sense. Price of drop. No, should I say? I know you're because you bought at 159. So when you did there 170, you know you did for sale. But what you say to yourself? You go 120 can go more, man.
In fact, 170 is a confirmation for a lot of people that it's going up. I bought before it went up.
Of course.
It's still going up until it stops going up. And now it's going down.
Which can bring us to bring us to your second stop, Trans Jamaica. Well, I did the Trans Jamaica somebody. So please, for my come to grow.
Oh, okay.
Please, come to grow. Because you have so many little pieces that if you just put them together, it'll be so good. But you're trying to save. You're trying to save money by losing money. It don't make sense. Remember, I'll say it again. Brick Friday 2025, 10% off. Not just for you, for anybody.
Oh, okay. All right, I guess I'll let somebody else get a chance.
Yeah, man. Big
All
up,
right, boss.
please.
From me. That's all I need.
All right, take care.
Yeah, man. Best up, boss.
Yeah, man. Bless up. Well, it's a hard one for work through it, than
Indeed.
getting people to see that the reality of that. So I see. You know, somebody else maybe them couldn't wait and they don't want to wait. I don't remember the name. But if you want, you can send a speaker request. We can talk about whatever stuff you pick, whatever it is. And as you see, then I know a couple of things about the stock marketing. I know a couple of things about the stock marketing. Who knows, it might help you make some decision or pick up some board. You know. One of the points I wanted to say to you that night earlier was was the interesting thing going back to the insurance conversation. GNAC, not GNAC, ROC. I don't know, I don't know what you would call that, but that interesting little bit of language in the latest set of results where they said, they said, I use their words. So until I bring it up to use their actual words. So they reported $10.3 million loss for the quarter in September. Insurance company, and that don't include Melissa, right? So now the fourth quarter is where the Melissa hit is. It's a blessing and a curse. Usually companies will try to hide something in the fourth quarter. But here's the fourth quarter. Anyway, the line that they said, I won't read it all, I just read the important parts. Everybody know Melissa October 28th, right? As soon as it happened, their storm response protocols were activated immediately to ensure a lot of things, operations, yada yada, rapid mobilization of the adjusters, and then get to the interesting parts here. Based on their preliminary assessments, we, that's ROC, IRNRA, we do not anticipate any material impact on the company's solvency. That is, I think, probably my favorite line from a listed company so far. This one, or no, maybe. Michael, yeah, maybe my favorite. It's my favorite and my second favorite from a listed company. Yeah. So I think.
So that should be a feel good line, but it might not actually.
I don't think it's a feel good line.
It might not mean exactly what people want it to mean.
I am pretty sure it won't mean what people want it to mean. Well, I shouldn't say I'm pretty sure. I do not know. But it's an interestingly worded line where they're very, 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 very precisely saying a very, very precise thing. We do not expect a material. What the hell does that mean? A material impact on the company's solvency. How do you impact solvency materially?
All right. So, I mean, you know what solvency is? At least Google does.
Yeah. The solvency is whether or not. Well, this is official language. So I would say solvency is whether or not your short-term expenses exceed your short-term
obligation.
Your payment ability.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I like that.
Yeah. So if your short-term obligations exceed your short-term payment ability, or in the language that all regular human beings speak, if you have X amount of bills, if you have 100,000 bills coming at the end of the month, but you have 80,000 in salary coming at the end of the month, that's an insolvent position.
So if solvency is a comparison between those two, it's how solvent somebody is their ability to cover their bills in that case. So if it materially impact you, I would say So material. So what I want to I know material often means, hey, at this level we consider material. So it's a very defined thing, right?
But that's usually around solvency, right? Solvency is,
Solvency. Although it's an insurance company,
yeah.
they have ratios that they're industry tied to, and those things often measure solvency.
That's good. So I would then say that maybe solvency for an insurance company is not just your short-term obligations, but also the reinsurance, not reinsurance requirement, the capital adequacy.
Yes, things like that.
In fact, I put a hard line on it at the capital adequacy.
Mm-hmm. So
if I can't cover my capital adequacy as an insurance company, then I'm insolvent.
So this sounds like also but so material. So I don't know where they define material exactly. It could be at the truth is material could be it could be because again material is often a very different thing. But it could be this will not put us in trouble with regard to those capital adequacy requirements. Or even just as a company insolvency wise, this will put us in trouble for paying our bills. Melissa specifically has not given us any problems that we have that would put us in that position.
Yeah, but the fact that they say solvency, yeah, continue,
so
yeah.
It's not that it impact us, but we are defining the level of impact very vaguely. So we're not saying that it's all as well. But it's also we're also saying Melissa didn't ruin our business.
Is that what they're saying, or that's what they want to think that they're saying? Ruin our business again is
again for specifically I said ruin business. I mean they are saying solve it as defined as we discussed just now. So it's Melissa specifically has not put us in that position. The truth is, I hate saying this, but it's like I say that. The truth is, it could be that they're in a position, but it was not Melissa that bring them there. But it could also be.
Ooh,
I know. It could also be the other thing of. We're fine. We are fine to a certain degree. We are not underwater from this from all this thing. But it's not saying everything is fine. It's just saying we're not there from Melissa. So it says something. There's a lot of things it doesn't say. But not saying them doesn't necessarily mean they're there.
That is a good. I never thought of it that way. So what I thought was, what have you done? Well, that's I never thought of that part.
But I think the thing I think you're saying is the next. I don't know what you think, but the next that could also I could treat it as an extreme situation. But I could also say you could just be what I said, without the extra. Just this happened and it's probably an impact, but the impact isn't great to that point.
Yeah, true. So I'll tell you what I see, what I'm thinking. Obviously, yes, it could be that. They have to have a statement around Melissa just based on what Melissa has been with the industry. That it is direct. This is their industry. They exist for this sort of thing. I want to say that they probably. I want to say that. Let me break it down how I break it down along the same lines. Based on preliminary assessments, so you know that already. Preliminary assessments, in other words, we're not painting ourselves into a corner, we're leaving ourselves a little bit of an exit, right? So it can change. We do not anticipate even more of an exit. Hey, I didn't anticipate it. any material impact, unless they're going with the set financial and insurance ratio definition of material, then it becomes a value judgment. So material could be material. Impact on the company's solvency. Solvency is where I brought up, because I'm like, okay, what that tells me, what I see is that I went down the same lines that you went down. There is solvency in terms of financial solvency, the definition of it being, can you cover your bill? And then you made a great point about the insurance. So there's the insurance base of solvency too, the capital adequacy requirements or insurance adequacy requirements. And that's definitely a solvency thing. You can't lose. I remember the reason GK got key was because they couldn't meet those requirements. So there's also many last day that keys traded on the market. So RIP key. What is that? Never die. Probably come back at a stronger, greater, part of a greater group. Anyway, yeah, and yeah, there's things I want to say about it. We can say it off here. So yeah, back to the solvency point. If they can't meet those capital requirements from the insurance requirements and the laws and the rules under Jamaican law, then that's the use your license, which is the business. So I read this to say, obviously we're taking a hit. We're taking a hell of a hit. Not only are we taking a hell of a hit, I mean, they're telling you this when they're reporting a $10 million loss. Coming off the back of the quarter before was a $23 million loss. Coming off the quarter before, which was a $7.8 million loss. So I'm telling you now, at the full depth of my year to date, $41.5 million loss. That, hey, yes, in the quarter that we don't report yet, that started off with Melissa, which is an impact to our business. We expect, based on current projections, to still be able to meet our insurance license requirements. That's completely different. You get me? It's like, yo, don't go down the lane, them boy that look out for you. Like, it's like, I expect to go down the lane. And I can't say what will happen to me, but I do expect, based on current projections, to still be alive. And that's a very low bar. That's a low bar.
I think a big deal what you said already too. Melissa happened at the end of the first third of the quarter.
Yeah.
So we're talking about something that I think isn't done yet. And so far things been rough. But we're up. I'm just talking at the cutoff point of October 28th though. So things can change in 2 months.
I don't think it can change. Well, there's always hope for the better, but can it? Would you even get half of the quarter of the revenue?
I do not mean better, bro. I mean this is a feel good statement. This sounds This should give me some level of confidence. It sounds like it should give me some level of confidence based on preliminary data around the Melissa thing. But that's first month into first of 3 months. 2 months. That Melissa impact could be a little bit worse. It could compound the other 2 months and just feel worse.
Do you still pay premiums after you've had an event?
What do you mean?
No, I don't know, but I don't think so, no. If the car crash, I'm not paying. The car crash October 28th, I'm not paying November's premium. We're going through the whole claims process at that time, but premium payment isn't. I'm thinking that there might be revenue loss. Not only that, there's like revenue loss. And depending on what the investments are that they have. I mean, it's not like these guys, I don't think I don't think the investments might save them much anyway. And they were in a rebuild. They're in a rebuild time. Obviously, last year was kind of good, but from how the last 2 years are kind of good, and I think they paid the first dividends. 2024 they paid there. No, it wasn't the first. 2023 was the first dividend. 2024 was their second. And it won't look like that's that. No, 2025 was their third. And thank goodness they paid it in the third quarter 2025 because at the start of the fourth quarter 2025 was Melissa. I don't think we're seeing many dividends from them. I think they have some losses to
for
hold up,
remaining
right?
coverage.
Yeah.
For the remaining coverage, 935 million.
Mill, not bill.
Mil. They have 1.7 billion assets. And the assets for remaining coverage is 493 and investment is 793. So 439, 793. So it's 1.2 billion or so. They have. As I would say for team there. So they're very the liability for is 900 and 1.2 is investments and assets for remaining coverage.
Capital reserve, you can't start from that. Capital reserve is a mandated percentage, so you can also work out what they're. Anyway, that's what the girl group. In this case, assume that they don't have any capital reserve required debt. Yeah, I think this. I say this as a shareholder. I think this may be a deal to come. Meaning there may be some deal prices on this one. Wow. Yeah. Again, in case you lost, I'll translate again in plain language for everybody following along. That sentence to me reads like, yo, something's happening, but I don't expect the dead. Like if that's your prognosis, that's not like if the thing you have to look forward to is that you don't think you're going to die. Find a better silver lining. Yes, they speak to the stability of their balance sheet together with a strong reinsurance program, positions iron rock to absorb volatility too. Okay. Anyway, as I said,
the company will twist them out when they talk when things so nice.
Exactly. Yeah. Or sometimes you just sound even better, but in this case, I mean, insurance services for the quarter amounted to 11 million, reflected the combined effect of increased motor claims and higher reinsurance costs. Increased motor claims and higher reinsurance costs before Melissa. Associated with our expanding portfolios and elevated catastrophe reinsurance rate before Melissa. I said last week and the week before that, listen, whatever the premium is, it's going up. Whatever the reinsurance cost is, it's going up. And they don't use. I don't believe that insurance companies are always able to one-to-one, like as it go up for me, I raise it for you. Sometimes there's like a gap where they have to hug it up. They have to take the hit in 1 quarter or 2 quarters before they can restore. And Melissa is Melissa. I have no idea what it looks like. And when you tell me coming out at that based on your preliminary assessment, you don't anticipate any material impact. I thought on the company's profits would have read differently. On the company's revenue would have read differently. You see, on the company's solvency. As far as I'm concerned, there are only 2 levels of solvency: the finance solvency and the insurance solvency, which is ahead of that. And both of those are bad. Both of those are bad. You don't want either of those to be the thing that you're leaning on. Yes, I said people on YouTube saying anything fried audio, but I'm also the engineer on the other side of the screen, so I don't know what to do. I can figure it out. After, jump to Twitter. But yeah, I it look like it looks like a Brick Friday that's gonna be done for somebody else. Who knows? Maybe this might be the hit that doesn't kill them, but makes the business very, very expensive to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Melissa might be like COVID for insurance companies. It's insurance companies COVID this. Someone said the COVID was also the insurance companies COVID. But yeah, Melissa might be the insurance companies COVID, which means that the strong become stronger and the weak become part of the stronger. Yeah. Last time I saw insurance company talk like this about their solvency, it became a part of the GK group. I'm not saying that that will happen here, but as a shareholder, I can tell you this, like I said, my second favorite line from a listed company this week. It's interesting in how it look, and as a shareholder, it's kind of scary. Not kind of scary, it's very scary as a shareholder, but scary is how it feels before the profit hits. Yeah. So yeah, that's my Black Friday deal in the future, if that makes sense.
I get it. I agree.
Yeah.
So I saw, yeah, that line, yeah, yeah.
It's like the deals to come. That's definitely a deal I think to come. Meaning what I said. Yeah, like, I think that's a deal to come. Advice one that about ROCs. Yeah, that deal to come. But hey, I'm a shareholder. When I sent you last week that I was like I'm really worried about I'm really worried about insurance. I got Iron Rock is one of them. I'm like, yeah, should I sell? But also, Iron Rock Tuesday. I mean, if I can sell.
So this thing.
Yeah, nothing like I can't sell at a loss.
It's a
Yeah, yeah. You have less money, you must work harder. And you see, just like I told Firmament, I have to tell myself, of course you can sell because your orders in the queue there. A nice broker linked order for 995,498 shares. So you can sell it at 250. That don't sound good for me. That sounds good for you. Uh, I wonder who's what do you think that is? That 250.
boogeyman.
Uh, oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Do we have somebody else or no? Or if you want to take one more than we'll call time soon.
Sounds good. One more call.
If anybody, we'll take one if one person wants to send a speaking request, again, you can send a speaking request. We can talk about whatever you want. Or if then I finish up, don't finish about the next conversation. You say you don't get look. That's the end of
What's
it.
my point?
No. I just ask about any other deal that you see on the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In whatever form. Look at this. This is like a deal. Although it always like a deal.
This is also the thing. I said it last week. And it's not just a good thing, It's not just because I've stayed that's why I feel like I leave in reality. It's when it's obvious and strategy, it's just for sale. You can buy it, right? But it's a deal when you have more to it, when you feel discount because boy things might be bad, so that's the thing they are sometimes a deal because people just don't see it like that. The thing you say is not what everybody's seeing. The hard part of the deal sometimes too is it's similar to say with Jenna. I feel the same about Lasco. I know something about it. There's something happening, but it's now at a point where it's not defined enough. So the uncertainty factor coming in harder. Less people looking at it. So while the thing is still on the table, or it might be still on the table, next thing it might not be on the table. But while it's still on the table, like last week, I'm going to do that thing. They talk about the merging, everything is so nice. Price was moving, and time went and went and went, and no movement on happen. So now we're here we're hearing, we're here, we're not hearing nothing. So that's what still going to emerge. Or if they are, because that's the last thing they said, they emerge, right? So it's on the table. When? So is it you?
That's a good question. Which one of them you think? Which one of them you think might have that merging action?
Maybe.
You said ask about there too.
Last M, last D. They were thinking of merging. I favor last M in some aspects. Last D turn. I think last M will take precedence in terms of if there's a buying party, meaning one buys the other, then last M will be the one buying last D. That's what I think. Why?
I got that question. So yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to go to. Why?
Why? I don't know. I feel like one, it's the manufacturing side. So it's always been more financially stable in certain ways. Better solvency and thing there. They have just how they are better margins. They are in the closer to they're far away from the distribution, so better margins, more money kept in that side. So I think they'll get better terms in whatever. If I go to some finance, then yeah, I give it better than last year. Or I would see it as more desirable to put my side of the risk on last M. Meaning if I'm financing whatever they're making, put my side of the risk on last M more than last D.
So you think last M would be the purchasing party? Last M would purchase last D.
Yeah. The could be a straight up merger, could meaning very good not straight up. But they could that's not the only way they can go about it. Right? I mean, in some ways, yes, to be honest. Anything else would be some form of that, but in reality, that's what it would be. So I was thinking, oh, those more shares, and you give less people some shares in last M. But I think
straight up merger you're talking?
Yeah, but no, that's not actually real. At the end of the day, it would the simplified version is one by other. Right? Or one by something of other. So you buy the assets of it.
You issue shares, so you don't buy them with cash.
You buy them with cash. They could buy with cash. They could also do
yeah, that would be. No, you're getting Italian deep on now, right? Because yeah, you bought stuff for a couple weeks ago, years ago when set product CPFD dividend species. Same thing also Mayberry MJE dividend species would be maybe great. So buy with that cash and as it go whatever, right? And number and also just thinking like which one would work better. There's so many little ways you can set that up for it to. There's so many ways you can set that up for it to work best for you. It's almost you almost can't you can set that up for it to. There's so many ways you can set that up for it to work best for you. It's almost you almost can't determine it. Yeah, you almost can't determine it. Because you could, if I buy at $1, we agree on buying at $1. I'm paying for $1. But when I'm getting the shares, like the day I'm getting the shares on the market, it is a level one thing. The shares on the market worth $2.50. What happened to that difference between the dollar and the 250?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a negative, not negative equity, negative goodwill. Oh, well, negative goodwill. It's also it's a good question. What is happening with them?
Yeah, I haven't said it in a while.
A
Just
goodwill
keep me
to
going through the motions. Like nothing from that's like going through the motion. He's just operating.
Mhm.
And grace up. Just this thing is running. There's the where is it? So what's the strongest interested party in us in right now? In like really, who sits at the helm and say these shares are mine and decisions homeboy used to make, I'm making them.
Yeah, who makes the decisions? There's the company still exists. I don't know. Does his widow run the company? That's a very good a very good question. Who is making the decision? That's a very, very good question. Hmm. So if there's clarity on that, then it becomes a deal, right? But of course, it's a
Mm-hmm.
better
It's, it's
deal.
it's limbo, it's limbo until then. But then, yeah, the
Limbo is
information
the
we have is what was last. That was what I said. But it's the same thing as I said with Jenak. It's we know something is happening, but no word on it. I mean, Jenak did make more definite moves, right? They actually moved to the thing then. But even before that, we were talking about it in certain ways. Like, there's something was happening here. Something was happening here. So
yeah.
it's the what next?
Yeah. Outside that, there are deals. I'll wrap up with like a little bit.
It's like almost everywhere, bro.
Yeah,
That's the part of the problem, eh?
yeah, it really is. I wonder if when people hear we say that they think that we're exaggerating, or they just say like almost everywhere. Like I showed some of the bad things as a deal. Yo, I'll throw in one, the Dequity IPO. What do you think? Deal or well, you want to say officially deal or no deal?
No, I don't want to say
You don't
officially
want to touch
because
it? All right, yeah. You doing like the rest of the industry and just not saying nothing.
exactly, but I don't usually
Yeah,
say nothing, so it's fine.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, I'll say like I said to the girl
The
guys, if
things
I
I
do,
like about it.
me
That's
too, me too.
don't
A
get me
lot
wrong.
to like
I
about
don't
it.
want to talk about. I don't want to talk about. But I don't want to talk about it at IPO because that's me saying my thoughts around buying the IPO.
Yeah, and even if it's not you saying that, it will be taken that way. So
Exactly that.
yeah, I can understand. By the way, I hope the people on YouTube can hear me a little bit. I did try to do a little thing in the background just now. I hope it's working. Otherwise, I said you can join us on Twitter. In the link in the description, there is a link to the Twitter space, and I know the sound there is clear. Um, there are things I like about the Equity IPO also. I certainly like that it is happening.
Yes.
And I'll go one step further. I know it. It is unlikely that I will not be buying some equity shares in the future. Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to be buying some equity shares in the future. I won't be buying the IPO, but that's not necessarily a knock on the IPO itself. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see the IPO. I'm happy to see what it represents. Um, yeah, I'm happy for it for the market. I won't buy in the IPO, but I don't again I want to be clear because usually we're not as clear and it's want to be clear. Don't take that to say we don't like it or don't like the IPO or it's not anything, blah blah blah. Bear in mind also did not I said the same thing about Atlantic Hardware. Wouldn't be buying in the IPO, and I didn't buy in the IPO. And there are people in the girl group, the girl grads who did buy in the IPO. And I later on looked at them very jealously. Well, wish that I don't care if something good happened to you. I wish it happened to me. And so I made it happen to me. I bought
It should have
after.
been me.
Yeah, it should have been me. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. And the girl group can get the details as they have. Had a good little talk outside Advanced Girl this week about it. It was great. And of course, our luckiest last call, as somebody else don't call it, Tom Sings. Tom Sings. You see, I save you something. I made sure on this most wonderful of Black Fridays to not have anybody else talk about a specific stock, just so you could have it as your stock. But
Hi, Randy and Danai.
oh,
And
Hello.
hello to the viewers as well, or the listeners as well. You know, I was just going to jump off and listen you guys wrap up because I'm saying to myself, what's the sense of me calling in if I can't talk about equity? Because
oh,
that's my last question. That is actually the last question I wanted to ask. But
yo, I love a good
you guys
twist.
have
I love a good twist. That's already typing trend Jamaica, but I love a
Yeah,
good
no, you
twist.
no, no, no,
I was
no,
looking to hear it as your deal.
Yeah.
no, no. I specifically, I just sat and was like, you know what? I'll just listen to these guys chat tonight. And Firmament, I would say to Firmament, um, average down. There's no other way to deal with that position than to average down. But and
I would say to you that there
and
are other ways to deal with that position. And I
there
would say to you the
there are,
same thing that I'm saying to
which
Firmament. Come on the grow, cause
which
both of you need it.
well, I am sure that I'm not saying that I know everything because
You don't
I'm
have to know
far from it, but
everything. You don't have to know everything.
I've been reading, and I certainly understand a lot more.
Well, I'm happy that nothing beats that other than
Indeed.
grow.
Right, that is true. That is true. Grow is it's going to be one day when I have the time to sit and do that, right? It's going to take me 2 days to do that or a full day. I don't know how people
No,
find time to do that. Maybe
well, sometimes we do
maybe
it over
people.
2 evenings. Sometimes we do it over two
I know,
evenings,
I
and
know you guys. I need to
sometimes we
find
take
4 hours
one day.
and then another 4 hours again to do that.
All right, all right.
You
You ever
know?
listen to BrickTalk all the time, don't? We've done many 4 hour
Yes, yes,
episodes.
yes. And I may hang out. Well, that is true because I'm doing something else, right? I'm not just paying attention.
All right.
I may hang out with you guys, but you know what? I'm not saying that I'm a know-it-all, but I'm almost thinking that I would have graduated grower and I would have gone to the advanced grower stage by now. Believe me when I tell you that.
You'd have
Mm.
gone to the bank
On to
by
advanced
now.
grower by now. Mm-hmm.
You'd have been swimming in greater profit. Yeah,
Well,
there are people that have heard you. Come on,
mm-hmm. Yes.
come on the girl after them hear me telling you to come the girl, and
I
and
know, I
them
know, I know.
and them come on the girl as a result, and then make
Mm-hmm.
money and learn it and doing all of that, what them getting done.
More than my money.
And
More
you
than my money, right?
no, you'd be surprised. People, I don't ask people how much money they have, so you
No,
know,
no.
it
I
could
have no
be
doubt.
any amount of money. I don't really know the amount of money they have, but I do know that people have done
It's
grow
true.
after you, and they say, wait, she still don't come do it yet, and she still make them
Because
mistake there.
I have been it's true. I have been chatting on here for a while now, but it all depends too because then I always come and talk about your goals and whatever, and it all depends too on the time that you have to dedicate to that kind of stuff. It it's a number of different factors, a number of different factors.
I know, but
But
let's not lose time. Let's go
I'm
into
on.
what you wanted to
Indeed,
ask us
indeed.
about equity.
Oh, the equity.
That was a twist, boy.
Yes, I wanted to ask about equity, but
You see them cut our line, and she said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, Elon was buying at the IPO.
yeah.
The final.
Nobody act nothing. You see the the VC firm are listening, you want come question it. Either that or like disrespect. I can't believe it. On the day when Transjamaica is above $5. So she want to talk about equity. Wow.
About the equity. Man, I try to make a cut our line. How dare you?
Oh wow. Trans-Jamaica, though. Trans-Jamaica going through some heavy love right now.
Yes, sir.
Heavy love. Everybody and them cousins love
Love light
Trans-Jamaica.
and everything in between.
Yeah, man. They should. They should too. Uh, yeah, they should. They should. $5 into that 502. Wow. Wow. How long before 10? Like 2 weeks. The year done already. Yeah, wow. $5 and a whole lot of happy. I hope a lot of retail investors are happy with it. I hope people get them Christmas money outside from now.
What do you mean? Me dividend on
That too. No, that's next year.
it? No, so you're talking about selling Trans-Jamaica.
That's
No,
true.
sir, bro.
Remember, the price
We don't
can't
sell,
rise if nobody
we don't
sells.
sell things we love.
Okay. Okay. At a loss. Oh boy. They really knock her line though. Until she come back, is it Tab jumping in, I guess, until she come back. Tab, what's up?
Tav,
And our line get like,
man.
Firmament, I see you're still on. Can you hear us?
Yeah, man, I can hear you guys.
Okay. You pay for the girl ticket?
No, I haven't yet.
You put in at least you at least put in
Oh,
the discount code to see if it works.
no, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, you know that tell me.
You know, I'll
What
see him
is,
tomorrow.
what is
I'm
it?
gonna see him tomorrow.
What is that? You never know, I know.
Uh,
Remember,
I'm pretty good at predicting things.
remember I was saying that Trans-Jamaica would go to $12 in 3 years. That's the conversation we had
I,
a couple
I,
months
I,
ago.
I remember, and somebody else told me it's going to 10 by end of the year.
In a year?
Yeah,
That,
man.
I don't
So,
think
better
that's
believe,
possible.
better believe them than you, though.
And me, or my
Because that's more money for you. If it really got 10 by end of the year, you wouldn't be happy. You must put it
yeah,
up.
I'll be happy. But I don't see how that can happen though.
Buying and selling.
You,
The
you,
only
you don't see.
stock I've ever seen rise like that is Fesco.
Oh,
Okay.
you haven't seen much
Over a
then.
very short period of time.
Yeah, you haven't
Yeah, you
seen
haven't
much.
seen much then.
I mean, Atlantic rose like that, no?
Atlantic. Yeah,
I,
but it didn't go very far.
I don't know.
I
So
mean, 5 to 10 there. 5 to 10 is it's a double.
5 to 10 is exactly 5 to 10 is less than Atlantic.
That happened many times.
Yeah, 5 to 10 is less than Atlantic's low in July to Atlantic's high 2 weeks ago. Uh, but it done now. Done, quote unquote. Well, yeah, Firmament, I know you believe in the Trans Jamaica too, so I'm happy. Have you sold a little?
You know, I did sell yeah, I did. But I regret selling it. I did, but I bought back in, and then I'm up quite a bit now.
Mm, mm. And meanwhile, Edith Atlantic is here giving you a hard time. No, that's why you want to get rid of the thing. You wonder if you really have to sell the whole of the Atlantic and straight to the Trans
At a
Jamaica.
loss, Randy? No.
Yeah, but you have to remember, the Trans Jamaica is gonna keep going, and also the next dividend is coming. You know the next dividend is coming. If not in December, by in sometime in Q1, you know the dividend is coming. And the new leg. New leg.
You know, when people have a lot of money, they can spread it around. But when we don't have a lot of money, you have to think very hard. You have to
You think
content.
people with a lot of we all have money, don't think very hard about it.
Somebody a lot of money
So
tell you
you're
that?
going to stop think. When you make
From
enough more money, you're going to stop. You're going to
from
stop think. No,
from what
sir.
from what I, from
You
what
have
I
more to think about. From your CR here.
from what I see, the people that have a lot of money, they have a lot of stocks.
Okay. In
It's
a lot
easier
of
for them.
companies.
Yeah, they have a lot of stocks, and it's easier for them to make money. Like
Is that
they have
so?
about seven
I say
stocks.
work on time, my boss.
Yeah, because
The
it's
more you
hard to
have,
be
the
wrong.
more you can lose, eh?
But it's hard
The
to
more you
be
have, the
wrong
more
when
you can lose.
it's harder to be wrong when you own seven stocks.
That's all right.
What?
You can't run 7 times.
Exactly. What?
The amount does not save you.
Exactly. The amount don't save you. And
Same thing Randy was saying earlier about the gas station. All right, so
yeah.
you own more, so you have more risks. You move from 1 risk to 7. 7 things that
It will just
that
mean
might not work out.
that you lose more money firmament.
Indeed.
There we go.
Oh, Tom, you're back.
Yes, I fell off there for a moment. Sorry, guys.
No problem, Tom
The
Sings.
pause that me didn't want the question, but the pause are in your favor this time. So let us know about your equity question.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask about the equity IPO, but I can see why you guys may take that position as not to wanting to get too involved into it now. But that's all right.
That was just me. Randy was fine.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
fine.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. But
I'm not in the industry. I'm not an
I'm
advisor.
just saying all I'm saying is I'm not going to say yeah or nay or how I feel about it exactly. So
Yeah.
I'm
So
all
kind of
right,
talking about the company.
all right, all right. So I understand that. But what you think about the business model? Not necessarily just the price of the stock. No, what do you think about the business model and how well? I don't know if I ask you how likely you think that is going to be
don't presume. Don't
something.
presume. Just ask.
Do not presume, just
Just
ask.
yeah,
How
just ask.
how likely you think that is going to be workable in Jamaica for the Jamaican investors?
Mm,
Because one of the things I was looking at, he said that he wanted to employ some of Warren Buffett's strategies.
hmm Oh, he
And
said that.
when you look,
Bingo.
pardon?
No, I didn't know he said
Yes,
that.
man.
That makes sense to say that
Yes,
though.
man. I have watched all the briefings that he has been involved in so far. I've watched him on Palila, watched him
Warren
on
Buffett.
Loan no Kadeen.
Oh. Ah, okay.
No, not Warren Buffett, not Warren Buffett, but he wanted to employ some of the strategies that Buffett employed. That's
Like
what I'm
what?
saying.
Like what?
Like the fact that growing the company or growing the value of the company,
Mm.
because the share price of companies doesn't necessarily follow the value of the company. You have companies that are of good value and the share price is lagging or is just not in line with the value itself of the company.
I
And so
don't
Warren Buffett
know
said
when
that?
what that
Warren
means.
Buffett said that?
Warren Buffett never
okay,
said that yet.
when you have sometimes you have when you talk about having unrealized profit or unrealized gains,
Hmm
you will find that maybe the company is valued at a certain amount, but the share price or the price of the stock doesn't reflect that at all.
But the share price is the value,
Yeah, you need to come.
especially if we're going by Warren Buffett.
Yeah, you need to come to
Mm.
you need to come to grow. Warren Buffett
Well,
is
Or
often misquoted.
is that what Kadeen's? I think that Warren Buffett
Yeah,
is very often misquoted.
yeah,
Warren
yeah.
Buffett
mm-hmm,
was at the end in life. Warren Buffett is
mm-hmm,
very much on the share price. He likes stocks. He loves stocks.
mm.
Share price is his thing. I
Share
remember,
price is the
remember
thing.
when what's it? It's Gap, right? That's the Gap is the name. The U.S. accounting standard. That's the
Yeah,
name.
Gap. Yeah, GAAP.
Mm-hmm.
Gap.
And
Yeah.
I remember when they and IFRS were changing to the unrealized gain and how they
Mm-hmm.
have IFRS
Recognition.
9.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember that time when Warren Buffett's talking around it. Okay, he's always been on the share price and how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
But
don't know that
but then the NAV,
that's exactly how that works.
right? But then the NAV can be, let us say the NAV is at $2,
Mhm.
Mhm.
and the share price is at maybe $1.10
Okay,
or
so you
whatever.
mean the share price of the holding company relative to the NAV? That's what you're talking about?
Yes, because sometimes it doesn't align, and then you may think to yourself that, okay, I have all this value in the company, but the share price is not reflecting that.
But that's how it goes. I mean,
Wait.
you can think that. No, man, don't make then I lead you astray here.
No.
Mhm.
So the thing is, I don't know the conversation she's speaking about.
mm,
So no, that just brings that's a different angle completely from what I was thinking she meant when
I
she said
know
that.
you are saying. I know what you are saying. That I understand. So
Mhm.
you understand it. But just I don't want everybody to be lost. As usual, I want to bring
Mhm.
everybody along. So work with us here, Tom Sings. I'll break down what you said into two pieces. The first thing you said,
Bring everyone along.
yeah, the first thing you said was you're asking around the equity. I don't even remember the first thing. The second thing was no. The first thing was, do I think that the business model can work in Jamaica?
Yes,
Hmm.
it's worked before and will
Of
continue to
course,
work.
Where is it
Private
working now?
everywhere.
In what company?
wait, what's the business model in your mind?
That's a good question.
Well, because the other companies that I see kind of have they buy into equities that are publicly listed companies. But for Dequity, you would have him buying into companies that are private, like private companies,
Mm-hmm.
and then hoping to bring some of those companies to market.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, like for the other companies, they can easily just liquidate their position
Not
in
quite,
any of the.
not that easily,
Well,
but I get you.
you're right because some of them are large positions that are harder to sell off,
Correct.
but
What do you
they
think of
can
like
actually
GK?
sell off.
What do
Hmm?
you think of like GK that has bought many private companies and enlisted them?
And then GK has bought
Loads of private companies.
mostly mostly bought in full, and so they become um
What was that change? That's also ownership. Listing the company has nothing to do with that.
Has GK actually mostly
well,
bought in full though?
GK has they have like Spur Tree, they
They
have
don't
a
own
part
that.
of
They don't own
those
that
companies
fully.
and so on.
They don't
No,
own
they
it.
don't own that fully. They don't own that fully.
Uh-huh.
But I think that it is mostly based on, I would say, publicly listed companies and not so much private companies.
I don't know if that's true.
But
The thing that
maybe
I'm
not, maybe not. Maybe I'm stretching it a bit there
A
just to
lot. A lot.
just to be biased.
So I'm going, I think that's it. I can't help with the bias. I'm looking at it as fairly as I can. The
Okay,
question
okay,
was,
fair.
do I think that the business model
The model can
work?
working to Jamaica? Yes, I think so.
It,
yeah, can be a successful one.
it is.
All right,
It
it
is.
can work.
It is. It's not just Jamaica,
Okay, it's
worldwide.
been
It
working
is.
already.
The model isn't.
Then I asked,
No, she asked about if it can work here, and I don't think there's any impediment to that.
no, yeah,
Okay, so one of the things I was looking at though is that a lot of those companies, other companies,
hmm
like if you want to take in GK,
hmm
GK is a producer of goods and services, goods and or services, right?
hmm
They are not necessarily entirely dependent on the income from other companies,
Mm-hmm.
if you see what I mean.
I hear you.
Not
So
necessarily,
for
not necessarily.
so
I see what I mean in a way, but the reality is
mhm.
GK owns the income of those companies is GK's.
I
That's
think
the income you're
And
talking about.
I think we shouldn't skip past
right, but
something. Hold on. Then I asked you something. I thought it's actually a very good question. Anybody thinking about this, I listen should and ask themselves the question and answer the question also. What is the business
mhm.
model that you think Deputy has? You don't have to be right or wrong, but what is the business model that you believe the equity has?
Well, his business model has he.
It's
Well,
his.
maybe I can't even
His
remember
his.
in his words, but he's buying into private companies,
Mm-hmm.
and he's investing in those companies. He's doing a lot of the work for them in terms of getting them up to speed to where they can be listed.
Okay.
And then he wants to sell a major portion of it on the market, and then he wants to hold um a percentage of those companies
Mm-hmm.
to one, collect dividends, and two, those companies, he hope that those companies will borrow money from him and he will get some interest income from those.
He said it.
And
Okay. Okay.
yes, and the other thing is the appreciation in value of those companies, which would basically move over to his companies as unrealized gains
Correct.
unless he decides to sell those companies.
To realize some of
So
it.
right, to realize some of it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the short term, what he is dependent on would mostly be just dividends from those companies, because remember, his company itself is not really making money, right? If you compare it to like a GK, as we spoke
I
about just
wouldn't do
now,
that though.
GK,
I can't do that.
right, right, but
The only
long term that
Mm-hmm.
you will. That's just my thinking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
hmm And so you can't force any of those companies to pay dividends. So if they don't pay dividends, um,
Who can't force them?
then well, he can't force those companies to pay dividends. Dividends are basically paid out of extra cash that they think that they may have, and they can afford to pay out to the other shareholders. Because if you're building your new company, you can't just be taking out. Well, I guess you shouldn't, but you
Ish.
can taking out your extra cash just to pay dividends, just to please the other company,
Why not?
parent company, while your company is suffering. I'm saying that you can, but
what do you think?
maybe you shouldn't as a younger company, right?
Why not? Says who?
No, I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm just
No, no,
saying that maybe
we know
that
what you're
would not
saying.
be the best thing
We
to
know.
do.
I know.
hmm
I know what you're saying. So why not?
hmm
And also, who says? And two, you're qualifying that a lot. New company
Okay,
and who said anything?
okay. So that is just my take on
Mm-hmm.
the business model. Let me hear what your take is on the same
So
model.
that's a good
So
point.
And
this has moved from a question to a take, though.
No, I realize. You remind me of us Jamaican men. You ask by telling. Um,
Yes.
yeah.
not asking, actually.
So
Oh my goodness.
can it can the business model work? The business model can work. Can it work locally? It works amazingly locally. It works amazingly everywhere in the world. It's just investing. Um,
Hmm.
and can it work?
Okay, before we go on further, aside from GK, what other company you think employ that kind of a model and is
Wally,
successfully doing it?
Wally, let's look at them. Let's start. Let me give you a quick rundown of some of them.
Maybe not Dermont Trading, because Dermont Trading
No man,
is
I'll try to very
expensive.
quickly tell you how many of them off the top of my head I know do it.
Mhm.
1GS, Access Financial, Atlantic, does Atlantic do it? No. 1GS, Access Financial,
Hmm.
AS
That's
Bryden.
okay.
No. AS
Mm-hmm.
Bryden, Barita,
Marita.
heavily. um, Blue Power,
Blue
Blue
Power.
Power, heavily. Burger some sort of way. Not
Okay.
Cabrocas, not CAC. Carreras, yes, but
Paris has
well,
done it before.
Carreras has done it and done it a lot actually. Some things might know, and some things I'm apologies, assuming your age here, but you might know some from back then. Um, Carib Cement, not really. PFF.
Well,
Hold on,
you're
no
not
man. I
wrong.
just read C. I just read
Man,
C.
man.
CHL,
But what's not
CHL,
going on, man?
Epley, Epley. Well, this is
Okay,
CPFV, but Epley
okay.
heavily. Epley is in the same line of business actually. CPFV is one of Epley's, one of those for Epley. CPJ does it, and CPJ is one of those. Was one of those. CPJ passed around. Sorry.
All the companies that you're listing now are companies that have their own business line,
Hmm?
have their own products and services that would be separate and apart from acquisition, from just bringing on new companies and trying to make profits from those companies. So
All right, hold on. I hear
for
you, but I don't know if
deputy,
I agree with you. What's
yes,
Epley's business? What's Epley's separate business?
I don't know, property
No.
something. I've never bought into it.
So the thing this property you're speaking about
See,
Mm-hmm,
is the thing that it's the thing you're saying it doesn't do, or the thing you're
mm-hmm,
saying you don't know
mm-hmm.
what it does. That's
Yeah.
that's property you're speaking about. It
correct.
has a
Mm-hmm,
it has a company that does
mm-hmm,
that. So it listed a company that does the
mm-hmm.
property part.
Yeah. So Epley,
Right. Right.
Epley, what Epley does for business is that
Yeah,
they invest, and they lend
they
money.
invest money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm,
it worked out really great.
mm-hmm.
One of the greatest finance
so Cygnus,
ministers used to be
so
lead
everybody's
there.
favorite Cygnus.
Yeah.
Cygnus is
What?
a piece of that machinery.
And do they just sell those properties and realize the gains, or
No,
do
no, no.
they
You see, you keep going
um
back to the property company. The
Yeah,
property company is not what I'm
mhm,
talking about. That's
both.
Epley Caribbean Property Services. In the world of equity, that would be
one of the subsidiaries
Johnson's real estate.
construction is
Yeah.
something, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, or I don't know, Kintyre too, whatever. Um, Epley Limited is the
Mm-hmm,
investment company. That's all
mm-hmm,
it does. Invest money and lend money to its
And lend money to
investors
yeah.
and force them to pay dividends sometimes. Sometimes it does buy
yes,
out
yeah.
some things. The other day
It's
buy out a
it's a force.
uh,
What do you think? What do you
yeah,
think dividends work? The
most
GK
people don't know. Yeah.
GK doesn't wake up in the morning as a human being and decide to pay dividends.
Mm-hmm.
It's people that have certain level of control within GK that make
Okay.
decisions on a dividend be paid.
True. That is true.
That's Tab.
So
Tab
so
sound like
the
them uncut him line.
so the
Yeah.
force.
Starlink,
How do you think
Starlink,
the
man.
force happens?
But then
Yes, boss.
it's
Mm-hmm.
something spirit will come and grow and I give her certain little simple points. So clearly somebody
Well,
But, yeah,
well,
but
advanced
also
like
that
something should I know.
like
well,
Yeah.
obviously that's
well,
I'm not usually the one to say yeah cook raw, but also the things you were saying just like maybe that's the first thing I thought of. It's
mm-hmm,
like the thing you're saying right there exactly is that just sounds that you're not really so sure on certain things
mm-hmm.
when
Yeah.
you
Maybe,
probably should be
It's like when Randy always asks about the
that's
process,
another
man.
principle line like exactly that like
maybe.
Process. You
how
have to
dividends
understand the
work
process.
So
and
Tav,
Yep.
you tell me what you understand from the business model that Dequity is trying to introduce
Some
now.
things, some
Yes.
things. Tab is
Mhm.
more jealous of the things I teach at Grow Up than I am.
But I still want to hear. I still want to
I
hear his
know.
brilliant
yeah
ideas.
You even have a discount. You have a discount. You can come tomorrow.
you heard where Tav came in just now?
Mm-hmm.
That Tav will come in to tell me don't say nothing because
I just that
somebody
yeah
can
though.
pay feet and him don't pay feet. So I'm sorry, but I don't think you're going to
Oh
get close to
goodness.
him like that.
Yeah.
Tav, are you going to be buying into the IPO of Dequity?
Worse, you're trying to do something that Tab is very versed in doing. You can't trick him. That's
No,
all
I'm
him know.
I'm
That's
not
all.
trying
You
to trick him.
can't trick him.
I'm
You
not trying
can't
to
trick
trick him.
him.
I'm not trying to trick him
Yeah.
at all. Tav not
Yeah.
answering. Where is he?
No, if not answer that. You hear him say the Starlink now link.
Is he jumping off here now? What's going on there?
No, yeah, him saying Starlink, him Starlink
Also,
giving
like,
him trouble.
that's not really, that
Wait,
doesn't
let me
really
put
go.
on my glasses and see. No, Tav not there. Oh, who's
No,
connecting? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah,
yeah.
he's
So
gone now.
some things. I think
Yes,
I don't want to lose you. I want to go back to the whole point of equity.
yes.
what it is, and it's not around equity. As 99% of the times, what happens when it comes to investments, it's not the investment itself that is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the approach. It's the investor. It's the approach or the lack of a certain targeted approach or proper approach or suitable approach. So
And the
you might have
management,
the
well, you're saying the
no, no, no,
management
no, no.
isn't
Hold
good.
on, hold on, hold on. No, man, I'm not going down that road.
Oh, you're not saying that.
You can't speak to the management of I can't speak to the management of the equity
Mm-hmm.
because all I have to go off of the management of the equity is if I'm going to be fair. If I'm going to be fair, the only thing I have to go off of the management of the equity
It's
is
dog.
a $2.6 billion IPO, and it's not his first one.
And the first one, in my view, was a success, I would say.
You hear that? You say so, not me.
Yes, I say in my view, in my view.
So the guy that had what you call a success, what some might call the last junior market success, maybe. What do
Maybe.
you think, Danai? What's been successful since?
Well, no, you
At
and
the
your
level, in
element.
the way that people talk
When you
about it.
talk about it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, for true.
Maybe RPL, but RPL is people don't talk about it in the same way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So it might be the last junior market success story. Not last, but the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, not the end. Anyway, you get what I mean. I don't mean it
Yeah,
won't
the
happen in the
last
future.
of,
I'll
yeah,
just and
the
the
last
person
of the
that, as
successful
far
one.
as you're concerned, did that is saying that, hey, I want to do that for a lot of
Yeah.
other companies. If you're just going off his track record ends with a B, billion.
I have a lot of respect for the young guy, and that is why maybe one of the reasons why I would, for sure,
So you
give
see,
him.
that's why I say a lot of times when it comes to investment, 99% of the times it's not about the actual investment, it's everything else around it and people making the decisions on the incorrect thing. I have a joke always, I think I've said it here before,
Mhm.
you go in a car and you've been in 3 fast cars, and every fast car you've been, the AC blow cold. So
Mhm.
you decided when you were buying your car, you want it to be really fast. So you ask them for the coldest AC. It looks like it makes sense, but it don't
Mhm.
really make sense for what you're looking
Mhm.
for.
Okay.
You're looking at the wrong thing to decide whether or not it will work. And it often happens. The same thing happened earlier when Firmament was talking. You notice the second him start going on the real decisions, him suddenly
Mhm.
start about a bunch of other things. Oh, the this isn't this and the that is that. But these small junior market company, oh, how they run. I don't even bother to say it's PB Scott running it. You say, what are you saying? It's a junior market company, but it's not, right? In the same way, the equity, you can't go off whether or not if you go off just what you said. If I
It's
go
not
off,
just going off of
if
it because of the
no, but
person, right? I am looking at, and that
no,
is why I'm asking about the business model and
I
other things.
know. So
Yeah.
I'm answering you. If I go off the business model, there is
Mhm.
no question. It is the most profitable thing in the world. Illuminati company, BlackRock, that's what they do. That's all they do. It works so great for them.
Mhm.
The locally, a lot of the profitable companies, that's exactly what they do. The most profitable part of NCB is what? GHL, the company that they bought into, right? Um, you talk about CPFV, Epley Property, but that's because that's what you think of when you hear Epley. But the real
Mhm.
genius behind Epley Property, it's Epley, right? So you're seeing it there.
Mhm.
Steprod wanted to establish a strong position in the spirits market.
Mhm.
CPJ, AS Bryden, CPJ, and then they continue that model across the Caribbean so far.
Look how much of that Mostens has though. We are seeing the output of thing there. You think Mostens not rich off of doing all this?
Rempass rich long time, bro.
Like
Well,
all
one
we
of
are
the
seeing,
things.
like the piece. So we are seeing the thing we are seeing is Mostens output, and
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
so we are not on the Mostens side. I mean, it's not listed. but we see everything that they've done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a new business model or unworkable in Jamaica. Jamaica doesn't make it bad, or it doesn't become impossible to cause Jamaica.
Yeah, so
It's
that,
just
that and
it's
that's
just investing. The thing you're doing is just at a different scale.
exactly. It's just that you see, you're looking at it from the other thing. You're looking at the AC to decide whether or not the car is fast. I'm saying to you that if you came to me and you say, "Oh, Randy, I'm trying to decide if the car is fast," and you're telling me about the AC and the radio, I'm not even taking you on. I'm opening the bonnet and we're looking at the engine. You're saying, does the model of a vehicle work? Yeah, it worked. It's worked for decades. You know, vehicles work. But this one is electric. Cool. So understand what that means. But it's not the first electric vehicle. But you can't determine how fast the electric vehicle go by looking at the AC. You have to look at the engine. You have to understand the motor behind it, right? In the same way, Dequity, what Dequity is doing is not new.
Mm-hmm.
The business model is done by Epley, as I said. It's now done by JP, Jamaica Producers.
And it's also this. I say I'm in the position of trying to make it sound too good because I don't really. This is not my view on the company exactly, but like, would you want to own a piece of Cygnus Capital Investments? Not Cygnus not SCI, the thing that owns SCI, the piece that owns all the other pieces of Cygnus. Would you want to own that?
The actual Cygnus.
Do you think that's a bad business model they're running over there?
No,
That's the same thing.
I don't think.
That's the
I don't
business
think.
model. They run these companies and they tell them when to pay a dividend and that's
doing the work
owns it.
behind the scenes.
That's pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Doing the
work.
That's a fucking issue
behind
you
the
said
scenes.
force them to pay a dividend because every dividend you see, if that's a line you're going up, every dividend you see has been forced.
Yeah.
The dividend only pay because the guy that owns it says and has
you gotta pay
dividends.
dividends.
Pay dividends now.
That's what Michael Leachin said. One of the things that I think will work for Deputy though is the micro market. In the night, the micro market I think will work well for Deputy because I think that I think that the possibility exists where he can just bring in a number of smaller companies, not necessarily up to the junior market level, but he could bring in well he could, but he also has the opportunity to bring in smaller companies as well. That
but here's the beauty now.
under
So
50
going off
million.
what you're saying, hold on. Going off what you're saying, go under 50 million. So again, this is the difference between having done grow and having not done grow. If you do grow, you learn to look at these things properly. So you look at have you looked at the companies that they own?
Companies that Deputy own?
Yeah.
If you're asking me if I've gone
If
to
the
read
answer is no, you can just say no, you know, something. I'm not grilling you. Have you looked at the companies that they own?
Look, man, I know some of them. I can see some of them like the hospitals and so on, and then they have the construction company.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah.
You think that let's go to the hospital group with Royal Winchester Hospital Group and buy two medical companies and tie together. You said him, so I said him with you, right? With personalize these things in Jamaica.
Yeah.
I don't think we should, by the way, but it is what it is. Personalize it to Jamaica and put it together. You think that if you're listening that medical group is a micro market that it should list on?
No, because I think that would be bigger than the micro market at that point, based on the amount that he said that it was valued. I don't remember
that's just
the exact amount.
That's cool, but that's one medical group that you think should be junior market worthy, right?
It should be, yeah.
All right. How much you think it list on the junior market? Even though you don't know the numbers, junior market, you know the maximum is 750.
No,
I remember the minimum is. I think it's minimum is what 50 or something like that. But you think it's junior market worthy, right?
Yeah.
So let's say raises 500 for the 20% ownership. That's the company that at this point they own 38.2% of it. They're looking they'd be owning 30, they would own 38.2. They'd be diluted, so they'd own what, 80% of that? So they'd own 30.1, call it 30, a little over 30, they'd own 30% of a company valued 2.5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
At least at IPO. At IPO, it's valued at 2.5 billion. That's not even going for the junior market max. That's just at IPO.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good, you think?
Yeah, I think that that would be a good listing, and I think that that is
And that's just one. That's just
presently
one.
that is maybe is best subsidiary in that whole arrangement right now with the hospital. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying that
No, man. Yeah, man. Listen, we're beyond that. We're on the show. You hardly ever hear us say something's a bad thing. And if we think something is bad, we just say it. We just say it. Nobody is nobody here is scared to say something is bad or good. I assure you. You don't think that I hold off from saying like things that are around in day to day, and I hold off from saying things that like I'll step on toes sometimes. I might not, and I mostly step on toes accidentally, like when I'm just being plain. Nobody can take it from me. You say that's maybe the best thing. So that means you're ignoring the 20% of dollar that the company owns.
yes, dollar is already out there. I said
Oh, hold on. So dollar is already
So,
listed. So it's already
so you see the business model working.
yes, dollar is already listed, so they would have realized the upside from
no man. We're not
dollar.
talking about the realization of anything. They own 20% of a company that
The
today
business
is
model
worth.
is not the business model is not set in our companies. You know.
Mm,
Yeah, the business model
Those are
is
part
more
of
than
what they
that.
do. They're
Exactly.
investors. Same way you are investor. They sell sometime and you get a
mm-hmm,
dividend sometime. And sometimes our
mm-hmm.
relationship with them where you tell them to pay dividends. Or even better, sometimes a relationship where when they borrow money is you them borrow from.
Exactly.
Sound like you're going to buy into the IPO, then I man.
I
You're
Don't
not
tell
going
us
to
this.
trick him. You're not going to trick him,
you're not going to
but
trick me, and trust me, you might be tricking yourself.
almost
If you
certainly.
go
Almost
off of
certainly.
what of me just speaking plainly about something.
But
Exactly.
I have already decided that I'm going to buy
No, we know. So you're
a
looking for
small
us to
amount.
reassure you. This is think about that though. You refuse to grow, but you're gonna buy some of this. So when you get burned, you get burned.
I
You
will
have
buy.
nobody to blame but
I'll
yourself.
buy I'll buy a small amount for sure and hold it for a
Yeah,
while
man.
because I think
Suppose
that
IPO triple though.
Deputy is not going to be like a short-term companies,
Oh my
in my
lord. All
view.
right.
Oh my
Hold
word.
on. All right. Let's go back to the point. Dollar.
All
So
right.
he owns 20%. He owns
Mm-hmm.
20% of a company that's worth $6 billion right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
Yeah.
nice, right? That's one piece. You said that you're fine with the 2.5 billion valuation on the other medical company. The dollar
Mm-hmm.
company, 20% of that right now is cost 20% of 6 billion. 1.2 bill.
20% of it, 1/5, something like that.
He's right, 1.2.
Yeah,
60. 2
1.2
times
bill,
5
right?
is 60.
Yeah. Second largest shareholder in dollar. 20% ownership. Dollar is an associate. That means
Mm-hmm.
that when dollar pays dividends, 20% of it goes to this company. 20% of the cash from dollar goes
Yeah.
up to this company that's listing. So we're going two things,
Mm-hmm.
right? The Johnston Development Group. You think how you feel about that? That's the real estate.
Well, it's real estate, and they have a good property in Uptown Kingston there, Kingston 6, I think.
And if it's one thing Jamaicans love is uptown and the idea of real estate, right? Regardless of what
Right.
the reality of real estate is.
Regardless of what it looks like and what it and
Yeah,
the value
I'm not.
of it.
That's not
I
what
don't
we're
really care about real estate,
saying.
but
Yeah,
That's not what he's
you're
saying.
uptown.
No,
yeah,
the real estate.
exactly. So real estate will work nice in the eyes of the Jamaican investor, right? That's three that were gone already.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a couple more. This is the John. This is the place that's for sale. I think 50. What is it? 50 odd.
There is one
Fif-
printing company, signage, that they do. I
Okay.
think would be the next one.
Okay. You look at the numbers for that company.
No, over the next 6 months, he
No,
and
forget
I
the
agree
next
with
six
him.
months. Let's look at what that company has done already, because these aren't new companies.
No, they are not new companies.
So over the time that they've owned it, or what have they done? Never looked at it.
No,
So how you gone? So how you
We have to
looking to
buy.
invest in
We
it? Or
have
you
to
haven't done
buy.
it.
yeah, that's a lot of work though. That's a lot of work
You
to
need to you need
go
to you
into
need to spend the money
into
and come undergrow. You hear? You need to
it.
spend the money and come undergrow.
Even if I spend the money and come to grow, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but
Not
I
gonna
still
lie,
have to
something.
read.
I don't
I,
think I would
I
ever.
will
I'm surprised to hear that from you.
I will still have
Yeah.
to read to find out what's going to happen there. No one is going to tell me, right? So I will still have to go
You
read up
might be
on all the
surprised. You might be surprised,
I am
Samson.
surprised to
companies.
hear this from you, Thompson.
What's that?
Yeah.
Like
What
too
you
much
saying
work.
now?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I know it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading. If you take all these things that you have to
No,
dig
Tom
into.
Sings. Tom
No, but
Sings.
I feel
It's
like
like there's.
you also preach that work should be certain level of work should be done. Unless I'm wrong, unless I'm mistaken, you're
No, well,
preaching.
the work should be done, but you know, it's short time. It's so many different companies.
As
Like it's
somebody willing to teach you the shortcut and you're not willing to take it.
there's no shortcut to
There is a
keep
shortcut.
reading.
There is a shortcut. There are shortcuts. Of course, there are shortcuts. What you are doing now is the long, hard way. What most people do is the long, hard way. And
Yeah.
the long, hard way also includes, maybe we can say this to him and hear what I'm thinking about it. Look at him face, even side. Him saying a lot of things about equity. I buy it, I try.
Yes,
That's the long, hard way.
it sound like him. Yes, you sound here about that night.
Yeah, it's not like I
Over
buy it.
time.
Yeah.
Look
I
here,
like the.
over time, I will learn more about the company, but to
Yeah,
sit
but you
down and
learn.
do
That's
all at
like
once.
being in the plane when it's crashing. Over time, you learn if it's going to crash or not. But if
Hey
you
boy,
Oh,
you
it's
if you
know,
learn about
not
the
linear.
planes,
hey boy, you know, I found out these models are planes after in crash.
yeah, exactly. The sign company you're talking about, Elite Concepts and Solutions, 2024, they made 27.5, 12.8 million in profit.
Mhm. In profit.
In profit.
Yeah, I should go look at that for sure.
Only if you plan to put money in there, which is what you say you're doing.
Yeah, I should go look
The
at that.
insurance brokers make about half of that in profit in 2024. The real estate company that you mentioned, Uptown, has only
Hmm.
made a loss. Made 60 million losses the last year. MD Link, which is
Hey,
linked to the whole thing, is negative 3 million. Um, the hospital group, 43.6 million in profit in the last year. Something you mentioned before that, these companies, they don't have that, they don't do this. They also own a Cambio. This is the equity I'm talking. They have a Cambio and they own 100% of the Cambio, right? If you own
Yeah.
100% of the company, that means 100% of anything the company does goes to you, right?
Hmm.
So I guess you are wrong. I guess they do have something that brings them cash flow throughout the time.
Yeah. Dollar and
No,
and
Dollar, they own
Cambia.
20% of Dollar. They own 100% of the Cambio.
Yeah, yeah, I know that much. I know that much.
Yeah,
Not
well,
the whole
some things.
everything.
Anyway, when I get this far down the line, it always remind me that it actually kind of gets hurt because it's like somebody just trying. It's like somebody trying to scam me. I don't mean nobody. It's like somebody trying to scam me. I don't know.
This is an
It's been
interesting
years. Some
conversation. What
things.
are you
Here's what
talking
I know.
about?
If you were gonna do grow, you'd have done it years ago.
This is an
Um,
interesting conversation. What are you talking about?
of
What are you
course,
talking
I
about?
only
This
have
great
interesting
conversation.
conversations. But I'm saying to you
Mm-hmm.
that if you're gonna do it, you'd have done it long ago. You keep doing the long way, and for me, I'd rather time for the long way. So what I'll say is, despite all
Mm-hmm.
the things that you've heard me tell you, and I can tell you a whole lot more about equity,
Yeah.
you've also heard me say I'm not buying into it. And so yeah, that's cool. But you've also heard me say I'll buy it in the future. Maybe I'll buy some of your shares. Who knows?
Mm.
But you want to be making your decisions on a better basis than just feel say what somebody on the internet say, what people talk about it say. What you definitely want to make it on a better basis than the person who is selling it says. I'm
True.
not saying that what Kadeen is saying is wrong or true.
It's
I
true. It's true. You're right. You're right because he wants to he's going to make his company look the best in order to get
of
it
course,
listed for sure. There's no question
of
about it.
course, yeah. And so I